Good morning, everybody. The Education Committee is ready to go ahead and start hearing bills today. What I would like to do is just beforehand give you a little update on how many bills we do have and what's happened in the last 24 hours. We have a total now of 91 bills. Last night, I vacated 564. That's a bill that came to this committee, and it dealt with the state building code and the state fire code. And why that came to education, I don't know. But we no longer have that, and that's going to the proper committee. We do have two new bills, 651 and 654. One deals with alternative forms of transportation to and from school, and the other deals with the one-year certification for teachers, which could be extended to 2 years. That was the late bill, which we had approval from rules to enter. And so that one is now on our list too. So 651 and 654 are added to our list of bills. So that totals 91 bills. There is one bill out there that has not been assigned. I don't know the number. I don't know what the content's all about. Maybe we can have a lottery to see if that is one for education or some other committee like Ag. I don't know, but it could be fun. So with that, I'd like to get in today's hearings. I will be presenting the first three bills myself, so I will have Representative Cordelli running the meeting in the morning here when we introduce these bills. And so I'm going to just remove myself from the chair here and get set to introduce 419. Here's the gavel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first bill we will hear this morning is House Bill 419, relative to the Math Learning Communities program of the community college system and making an appropriation therefore. And we have two speakers thus far, and Chairman Ladd, as the prime sponsor, will introduce the bill.
If there are sections, let's pass that sections back for those things.
I think we're okay. Yeah.
Good morning to the Education Committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Grafton. That's now a changed district. It represents Haverhill, Benton, Landaff, Piermont, and Warren. I'm here today to introduce HB 419. This is a bill that deals with the Math Learning Communities program that's offered through the community college system, and there's an appropriation therefore on this bill. So I'd like to walk through a little bit very quickly here some of the information that I noted on the sheet that you probably are now in possession of. So let me start. The question you might ask is why is there a need for 419, the Math Learning Communities program? This is a program that we started a number of years ago, and it was funded through a grant which the community college system had. And the individual in charge of that is Beth Dorian. She's out parking her car right now, so she will be testifying also today. The bill had a purpose, and that was to try to address the issue of where we were with teaching of mathematics and the learning of math skills and knowledge throughout K through 12, specifically in the high school. So in looking at the box on this sheet that I handed to you, there is a box and it has a number of bullets there. The first bullet talks about what happened back in January 12 with the New Hampshire Math Task Force. if came to the Legislative Oversight Committee, there was a discussion regarding this. This was a task force that was put together by the Department of Education, and Paul Leather, who was the Deputy Commissioner of Education, chaired that, bringing in math teachers throughout the state and those other associations which were interested in looking at where we were at that time and where we wanted to project ourselves in terms of mathematics skills and knowledge taught in the schools. You can see the quote there, that there's many quotes and many recommendations, well over 20 recommendations that came out of that report, some of which we've already adjusted and adopted, one of which was embedding mathematics into a 4th year of instruction at the high school. We have done that. So here, New Hampshire must reverse the disturbing trend of poor mathematics performance in its high schools and minimize the need for remediation at the post-secondary institutions. That was identified back in 2012. We're seeing students going from our high schools into the community college system, and over half of those students needed remediation in mathematics. And of that group that needed remediation, half never graduated with a 2-year ticket from the post-secondary schools. So we were certainly observing a difficult situation and one needed support and improvement back in 2012. In 2013, the House Education Committee, 18 members on the committee that were here, signed a note, communicated to the Commissioner of Education that high school students receive math instruction each year while enrolled in secondary education. So we acted on that and put that in the statute, and now we have that in place. The New England Board of Higher Education, it's a quote right here, savings and earnings benefits from reduced need for remediation in New Hampshire could benefit the state economy by $16 million. We saw all the money which was poured in for these kids adults, taking remediation in the community college system, of which many never made it. Just think of the dollars and the tuition dollars which were lost and didn't really benefit those students and did not benefit our workforce. 65 to 70% of students planning to attend community college are unprepared for the first college level math course. That was stated back there in the years that we were talking about, 2013-14. October 2022, in the Wall Street Journal, AC test scores for college admissions fall for the 5th year in a row. This is the first time, quote, the average score dropped below 20 out of 36 since 1991. So we were dropping significantly on the ACT. We're also seeing that on the SAT. Another bullet. New Hampshire NAEP report card, October 2022. New Hampshire students' test scores fell during the COVID pandemic, continuing a long-term decline. Yes, we understand, we know that there's many reasons why they dropped during COVID. If you're not there getting eyeball-to-eyeball instruction from your teacher, if you're not present, if you're learning online, if you have that opportunity, there was reason and a lot of reasons why the student scores did fall. The biggest decline, both nationally and in New Hampshire, was in the 8th grade math. According to 2022 assessments taken by a sample of students, 30% of the state's 8th graders and 40% of 4th graders are proficient or above in mathematics. That came from NHPR. And that was a report that was released. So we need to have more students proficient, and we need to do something about the remediation, how we can get things going again. And we've taken some of the monies to which we talked about just yesterday, the ESSER monies, and applied that to paras and trying to identify with mathematics programs. And a lot of that, excuse me, is working. We are seeing an increase throughout the state. And it might be noted that in all the 50 states, we're on the top 4. So, but we're still not where we want to be. I can remember when I was first here and I had a friend who was the AG, Adjutant General over at the National Guard here. He went to Fort Sill in the class ahead of me. And he told me, he said, Rick, when we're looking for people young students to get into the National Guard, especially in the area of artillery, we now look to, and it was a combined battalion between West Virginia and New Hampshire. And we look to get all the technicians from New Hampshire, not West Virginia, because we believe the students come out, have good work ethic, and they have better mathematics. However, we don't have the bar where we want to have the bar yet either. 48% of students proficient in math, 2019. 38% of students proficient in math in 2021. And I have attachments. If you look at the attachments, back in 14, 15, 16, and 17, we talked about following cohorts yesterday. The new on the iResearch and iPlatforms, we saw how we can now access and follow a cohort of students as fourth graders, fifth graders, sixth graders, seventh graders. You can see how this is a rough example of what I had. You can see what it looked like in the class of 2014. In 2010, that class was at the 65th percentile when they left the middle school. Then you jump into the high school level, 2013, that class, same group, 37th percentile. You can jump through and see what 15 looks like also. 2010 as seventh graders, 66. Eighth graders, 65. Jumping ninth and 10th, because we do not do a state assessment in grades 9 or 10, 36 percentile. 2016, you can track it there. Sixth graders, 72%. Sixth grade, 66 percentile. Seventh grade, eighth grade, 67th percentile. 2015, 37th percentile. This trend has been going on. We can't kid ourselves saying it's all pandemic related. It's not, and I think we all know that. So how do we, and you can look at 17, it's the same story there for those students in 17. Fifth grade, they started at 74th percentile. By the time they're taking the SAT, it's down to 40th percentile. But note that the eighth grade, the scores haven't dropped significantly. So there's a drop right after the middle. The waterfall effect comes after the middle school. But in talking with math teachers, I believe that we are also having some issues as we go through the elementary grades too. And that's where it comes. There's a number of issues which we want to be looking at. As an educator, as a teacher, as a school principal for years and years, too many to count, that's that modern math, to count, we know all about Maslow's hierarchy. We know about Bloom's taxonomy. But we also know there's an area called teaching styles and learning styles. Just because we have kids which are not proficient doesn't mean they can't learn. What it means is we perhaps are not teaching and connecting with the student in terms of teaching style and learning style. Some people are very visual oriented. Some people can listen very well. I'm more of a visual person. And there's a lot of different ways of learning. I'm also very abstract random, where my materials, if you look at my desk up there sometimes, materials are all over it. I'm just not that type of organized, not a concrete sequential person like some others maybe. So what we have done with the math learning communities, and this is very, very important, we developed a process, I should say we, Beth Dorian and company at the community college system, and working very many long hours to try and present some kind of a program to offer support to the high schools so that we have this transition from secondary to post-secondary where we don't have as much remediation, where we have the courses which they come out which will qualify them for post-secondary certification in mathematics. So what we did, we knew that in the 10th grade you're taking Algebra 1. And following Algebra 1 in the spring, when the course is not over yet, it was decided that we would give what we call the AccuPlacer, the next generation AccuPlacer, which is an assessment very much aligned with the expectations of community college system and post-secondary education in terms of mathematics. We also found out that there's many students that don't learn the way, like the learning styles and the teaching styles, and there's a fear that's been generated through the elementary grades right up through. So Algebra 1, they're not ready to go on to the other levels of mathematics, Algebra 2. But we shouldn't just say, well, you're not going to make it, so we're just going to give you a C and pass you on, and they really don't have those skills to really be effective in the workplace. So what happened with that next generation AccuPlacer test given in the latter part of the Algebra 1 to 10th grade? it was seen that some students didn't score at the level. I'm sure that Beth, is she here? She's behind me. Great, thank you, Beth. We'll tell you exactly how that worked. But the students took this assessment, and those who scored at a certain level were seen as they're going to have difficulty with Algebra 2. But if we provide another way of teaching, another way of learning, which applies, establishes how to reason in mathematics, how to apply this math and use it in life skills, perhaps we can get along the road further. So Beth worked with a number of high schools. There were 38 high schools at that time which participated in the program. I've got the list attached in your packet there. It shows them. They're scattered throughout this state. And we started seeing some gains and wonderful things occurring as far as understanding and losing that fear of mathematics. Problem is, then we as a state decided not to fund it any further. After the grant dried up, $200,000, it was lost. So if a student went off into this course rather than Algebra 2, they went in, you see right there, the next course with Advanced Mathematical Foundations. As it states right there, applied reasoning and practical applications of the skills that they have. So they went that direction. Then they would go on to the next level as a senior. So the foundational skills mathematics was taught in the 11th grade to 12th grade. The program had a course called quantitative math. If you came out of quantitative math and passing that with C and hitting the skill levels that are expected, and I'll let Beth handle that, then you satisfied that mathematics credit for college in the community college system. So, and we found that there were a number of students that were able to go this route rather than having to go into the other courses of, they weren't definitely not ready for trig or calculus. When I took my trig, I took it, I passed it, but where I really learned it is when I was in FO in Vietnam, and I was surveying some of the the howitzers to get them in on, and I was able to triangulate and use my cosine, sine, tangent, all that, and it came out, so I quickly put it together. I wanted to get out of where I was, so I quickly learned it. There was a reason for it. There was no reason for me to learn this stuff while I was in high school. I was more interested in basketball. So we have this program, and I'm hoping that we can continue and pursue and reinstate this program and give support. It's interesting to note, this is teachers teaching teachers. This program, the $200,000, takes care of that amount of money needed for the materials which are provided and the Accuplacer, but it also provides what I think is most important, training during the summertime, where teachers are provided a stipend. Those math teachers teaching this have a stipend to come down to the community college system and work with a team there, a team of folks which are applying this and using it and learning from the people in the field that have been successful in this. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to address those remediation needs we have without having to rewrite everything. That we have some of the elements needed to do this in place in our schools right now. The key to this is let's get folks trained, let's give them the opportunity to learn how to teach this, and let's get teaching styles matching with learning styles. So I'll conclude my testimony on that. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to take them.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I was wondering if, I know this afternoon we're having a bill on dyslexia testing, and there is not recently, but a defined learning disability called dyscalculia, where students are unable to actually, their brain cannot form calculations and numbers, and it leads to math anxiety and so on. And I know the dyslexia testing now is going to be down in the elementary grades. I'm just wondering if perhaps as part of this bill, that testing at an early age, because we know if they have reading anxiety or math anxiety, they just don't, it follows them right up through the high school, whether that would be a good thing to add.
Thank you, Representative Tanner. I've looked at the bill you're speaking about, and I'm looking forward to hearing it because we have dealt with dyslexia on the committee before, and we all recognized, and I can remember it was Jack Balcom that really pushed this and served on the Special Education Advisory Council that also recognized it and supported it. I want to hear, I haven't heard the all ins and outs of that bill, but I'm really looking forward to add that language onto this bill. This is something which has a fiscal note which is directly associated with this particular program. This particular program is already in statute. If you look at statute, you're going to find this program. From my perspective, I think dyslexia is strong enough to stand on itself and that we can, address this issue. I can remember as a youngster in school, I had a very difficult time with that. And when I got stressed out, and I was always stressed as a youngster in grade 1, I can't remember any of my teachers' names. I remember my principal's name, Mr. McClay up in Toronto, and he had a leather strap. I remember the strap. So I was really a stressed out kid, and I oftentimes was reversing my B's and D's. And of course, I was a U.S. citizen, learning how to say the word bean versus bin, and neighbor, O-U-R, and all this. And I was really messed up in terms of my spelling. So, and I believe that when I got stressed, I started to reflect some of the characteristics of dyslexia. So I look forward to that. I would wait and before I remark to that or comment, Representative Tanner, I'd like to hear that bill.
Yes, Representative Damon.
For the thorough presentation. Just a simple question. In the actual text of the bill, when it says your nighttime. Oh, so sorry. So sorry. Thank you. And thank you for the thorough presentation. Simple question. In the actual text of the bill where it references the total number of Summer Institute participants, is that referring to the core of teachers that you spoke about having summer training? Because I didn't understand from the text of the bill that it involved training teachers as well as the opportunities for students.
Yes, it does. And I think, Representative, those are the type of questions that Shannon Reed is here and Beth Dorian from the community college system. I think they're well prepared to answer that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Dejai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. What was the original grant? What was the original grant from that was discontinued?
Another good question for them. I know it was $200,000. I don't know where Beth got that, dug it up, but I can remember her telling me when I met with her often over there, we're running out of the fifth year, we're running out, and what are you going to do and I remember Representative Wolf has also brought a bill in not too long ago trying to get that reinstated, of which we didn't make it. We made it, came out of this committee with a strong vote. Finance wasn't too keen on it. This is why it's really incumbent upon us, if we feel this is something from a policy perspective, and we certainly know that there's certain gains made from this, and we've seen it in students before, we need to follow it all the way through all our committees here to make sure that it's a successful bill.
Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. On the 38 schools, were they selected? Or did some say no?
It's voluntary. And that's, again, another issue. Beth is the director of that program, so I would ask her how she got them involved. I know there was a lot of communication amongst teachers, in different districts, talking with each other and seeing the benefits of this program. And teachers do recognize that learning style and teaching style is extremely important. And this program tries to address that.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Chairman Ladd. And next would be Beth Dorian from the community college system.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beth Doran, and I'm the Director of College Access Programs, the community college system. And I'm going to start, I think, with just a little brief introduction to just follow up on some of Representative Ladd's comments and then answer the three questions that were asked and then any further that you may have. So I think I just want to state that we are in support, and CCS&H strongly supports this bill. And the reasoning for that is because we as a system have been working with the high schools for some time and trying to deal with the issue of math preparedness when students come to our colleges. High school students graduate and come to our colleges. And this is a longstanding issue that we've been working on for a number of time, and thought we had a really good solution with the math learning communities. We've recently changed, within the last 3 or so years, how we handle remediation within our colleges. And prior to the last 3 years or so, students were put in remediation courses, which cost them money, and did not give them any college credit because they were not college courses, they were remediation courses. At that time, this program fit very, very well because we were able to stave off those remediation courses. Now what we're doing is running something called co-requisite math courses, where a student's placed in a traditional math course and there may be a remediation component. But what we're still seeing is high school students graduating and not having the skills that they need in order to be successful in an entry-level math college course. So when Representative Ladd contacted us and said, you know, what do you think? Is there still a need for this program? And frankly, from our end, we knew there was, but I wasn't sure how the high school folks felt. So I reached out to several of the high school teachers, math teachers, who were involved in the Math Learning Communities Project before it ended several years ago. And they all said the same thing. Absolutely. This is absolutely still a strong need in our high schools. So going to Representative Ladd and letting him know that, yes, the high school teachers felt that it was a strong need, and as well as our college faculty. So again, you know, we're very supportive of this bill. We think it's a great model. It's nothing earth-shattering or new and innovative. It's just something that works. And just to elaborate a little bit on what Representative Ladd had said, it is made up of 2 courses, the first being what's called Advanced Mathematical Foundations. And what we had done back several years ago was to do the AccuPlacer for all students who may have taken Algebra 2 and may not have scored lower than a C or lower on Algebra 2. And those students were given the AccuPlacer. And the AccuPlacer, we had determined a cut score of 65. And if students scored below that 65, they would be placed into the Advanced Mathematical Foundations course. And what that is honestly, it's an Algebra 2 course with some of the concepts. And I want to also state that I am not a math expert. I am not a math teacher. Don't have a lot of math experience, but I was able to get an advanced degree with a handful of math courses intentionally. But I have quite a bit of experience with managing and developing programs. So when we saw that these students needed some more understanding of math concepts, specifically algebra and potentially geometry as well, our faculty, along with some high school teachers, developed this Advanced Mathematical Foundations course. And what it is basically is a remediation course that we would have taught years ago if students were to come into our colleges and not perform well on the AccuPlacer. So it's a remediation course that's taught in the high school for high school credit and not college credit. So they're not receiving any college credit, but they're also not paying for any type of remediation once they come to our colleges. Once they complete that Advanced Mathematical Foundations course, remember these are students that scored below a 65 on the AccuPlacer, they would take the AccuPlacer again at the end of the course, and 95% of our students had significantly higher score once completing this course. The Advanced Mathematical Foundations is really based on a habits of mind framework in teaching mathematics, which is a very different way than mathematics is typically taught. If the students did score above a 65 at that point, which again, the majority of them did, they could then take quantitative reasoning. And this typically happened in either their junior or their senior year, depending upon how courses are run at the high school, whether they're a full year or a semester-based course. So the quantitative reasoning is a college credit course. It's run through our Running Start program, and high school students can take it on our college campuses as well. And that is a course that is eligible in probably about 90% of our degree programs, a requirement, I should say. So students are able to take that course while they're in high school for college credit, and then assist them with the remaining information when they come to our colleges for a degree. So that's sort of the, an overall understanding of the program and why we think it's important. And referencing where the funding came from initially, it was back in 2010 or 2012. Apologize, I neglected to look at my records before I came. But at that time, it was funded by the Math Science Partnership. And that funding was not really very, well, I think when it was originally started, it was a new and innovative program, and it made sense. And the Math Science Partnership funding back then was really based on new and innovative programming. So at that time, it was new and innovative. As it marched on throughout its years, it became a program that we didn't make any changes to because it worked very well. And the Math Science Partnership funding really did not apply any longer. So we applied for something called the College Access Challenge Grant, which was many, many years ago. And that was a 5-year grant that we did receive, but unfortunately, the state actually lost their maintenance of effort after 3 years, and we lost the funding after 3 years. We went back to the Math Science Partnership, got some additional funding from them, but again, it was not the best fit. So that was the history of some of the funding in the past. Somebody asked what the training, did we train teachers? And yes, that was very much a part of the program. When a school signed on to become part of the Math Science Math Learning Communities, then those teachers were expected to attend a summer institute, we called it, which was once a year, held in June. As soon as the school was out, our high school teachers and our college faculty would come together and just share curriculum needs and things of that sort and work together in understanding how to best teach this curriculum. And the other question I heard was it voluntary for schools? And yes, we did quite a bit of marketing out to high schools, just presenting the program, letting them know what the program was all about, and it was completely voluntary for them to sign on. So we did have, we started with probably 3 or 4 schools, and when the program ended, there were about 38 high schools that were participating. So I'd be happy to take any other questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. So my question is that if the teachers are going through a training program and a conversation about how to teach math in a different kind of a way, when they leave that summer program, is there then a common curriculum
Yes.
that they then use back in their own school?
Yes, they are actually given the curriculum that they should follow. There's very specific competency outline as far as what should be taught. So yes, it's very structured.
Thank you, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Beth, for joining us yesterday and today. So I was wondering if you could sort of take me through just an example, just so I understand the flow of this. I mean, absolutely, I certainly support this. I supported this a few years ago when it came through as well. But if we did a hypothetical example where, Luke Luno takes 7th grade math, 8th grade math, and then in 9th grade takes algebra and sort of doesn't really like it, and 10th grade algebra 2 doesn't really like it. When is he tested with the Accuplacer, and then what's his plan for like 11th grade?
Okay, great question. And so I'm speaking now back from when we last had the program, so
Right,
several years ago, at least 4 or so years ago. And what we saw back then was a traditional student would come into high school and take Algebra 1, and then for their first year. And then this is based on a high school that has a year-long course.
Right.
As you know, now there are a lot of schools that go by semester, but based on a year-long course, and then I can talk about semester-based as well. Freshman year, students would take Algebra 1. Sophomore year, it would be geometry, and then junior year, it would be Algebra 2. So we would catch those students at the end of their junior year, test them with the Accuplacer, and then they would take senior math, advanced mathematical foundations. It was called senior math at one point. So they really wouldn't have a whole lot of time for quantitative reasoning. But in the semester-based model, students would come in and take Algebra 1 their freshman year, and probably geometry in their, let's say, first semester of sophomore year, and Algebra 2 in the second semester of sophomore year. And the junior year, we would test them, and then they would have the opportunity to take the advanced mathematical foundations in the second semester of their junior year, and then they could take the quantitative reasoning in their in their senior year first semester.
And a follow-up on, thank you. And what I think I heard you say too is that the foundations class can be given as a running start
The quantitative reasoning can.
Quantitative reasoning.
Yep, the advanced
Okay.
mathematical foundations is not a college course.
Is not a running start.
Right.
course. All right, great. So they can exit high school with.
quantitative
with
reasoning.
quantitative reason and have that apply.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Representative Lakis?
I think this is an awesome program, but I do have a question. If in the past you've come up with a program and you've done all this work and you've trained teachers, I just want to understand what the money that we are voting for the upcoming years is, how that is used in making this program happen.
Sure. So a good part of the funding would be to pay the salary for somebody to run the program, to be able to monitor it and run it. The Summer Institute is a big expense of the program, and that's where we're bringing all of the teachers together. We would also, the funding would also go to any curriculum needs, books and things of that sort that the high schools may need. So if the high schools don't have the appropriate books, then the funding would be able to pay for that as well. It also pays for stipends for high school faculty as well as college faculty to form an advisory committee. So that advisory committee meets monthly to determine, what the needs are and what changes may need to be made. And they're in constant communication with all of the high school teachers that are running the program. So it's quite a bit of salary based, mostly because the program needs to be managed. But again, also a lot of training as well.
Thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd just like to ask, who develops the curricula for these programs?
Our math experts, not me. That would be our high school faculty along with our college faculty in unison.
Thank you.
Representative Cascadden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just backing up on that, the curriculum, what grade levels is it really intended for? Just middle to high, or does it start in early grades?
Well, it's definitely built for high school students.
Okay.
For sure, because it's again, we're looking at students who have not done well in Algebra 2. Those are the students that we're focusing on. Students that may have got a C or below. If they're getting a C in Algebra 2, they really don't understand the concepts.
And the teachers are developing the
Follow-up?
curriculum, I'm sorry?
Follow-up?
Yes. Well, the curriculum has been developed. So we've been using, when the program was in operation, we were using the same curriculum for, it did go through some modifications, specifically the college-based course. But we would need to review all of that again, which is why, if this bill were to pass and receive funding, then we would need to bring our math experts together to review all of that curriculum again. But I don't see it changing to any great degree.
Follow-up?
Thank you. My question is on the funding. It would seem like if there were great results, that districts or community college would put that in their local budget so it's sustainable, because we know grants kind of, run out. And is having a bill on the table more of an assurance for funding? I mean, it's a shame that results were seen and now we've got to reinvent the wheel. I feel bad about that.
Yeah, we really need to rely on the high schools to be able to provide the teachers. And that's, I think, a partnership that's critical. If we have the funding, we can train those teachers and we can bring the teachers together to ensure that what should be taught is being taught to assist these students that have remediation needs. But oftentimes, there are difficulties sometimes with the high schools being able to provide the teachers that are needed. So I can't speak to the high schools and the school districts as far as financial needs, but with this funding, we are able to bring all of that together and really function well, which is why it sort of kind of fell by the wayside when the program ended, because there was nobody there to continue what needed to happen to ensure that the students were receiving both of those course levels.
Representative Petronell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. As I look at these achievement scores, I notice the trend that in the younger years, the students do well, and then as the math gets exponentially more challenging, the scores start to drop off. And I certainly experienced that myself, as a student a long time ago. So I feel like, or I should say, it appears to me that we're still applying math education the same way as it was applied almost 40 years ago when I was in high school. So I'm wondering if maybe there's something else missing in the students, in the education process, that would help the students learn to, would help in the ability to logically apply math skills more to the abstract, basic math skills to the more abstract concepts. So maybe there's something else that we are missing that isn't the hammer that we've been hitting over students' heads with math.
Very possible, but as a community college system, what we're looking at as far as what we see is students coming in as high school graduates and not having that level of math skill to actually perform well in a college course. So that's our focus.
Follow up?
Yeah, so I'm just saying if there's something maybe in the earlier years, it seems to drop off around 8th grade,
Right.
definitely, because they immediately jump into algebra and that starts to become very abstract.
We'd be certainly willing to look into that.
Thank you.
Representative Boney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question follows Representative Cascadens. In terms of the curriculum itself, is there a cost associated with that curriculum that eventually the districts have to assume, or is it just a change in the delivery that you're teaching the teachers to address the students' needs?
It's really a change in delivery. Like I said, we work with the habits of mind in teaching mathematics, and I don't know the specifics of that, but that's really the focus. So there's no cost at all. No, we provide all of the curriculum to any high school signing on. We hand them the curriculum and then provide continual professional development for their teachers.
Okay, thank you.
So no cost to the district.
Just a quick follow-up.
Yes.
I assume that these two courses would also go towards graduation requirements in lieu of the other courses.
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering about, it seems like a problem here is teacher training, right? Mathematics teacher training. So is there any communication with the other colleges, or universities that teach teachers? I mean, I guess I'm wondering, why is this different? Why aren't they being taught already when they're coming out? I mean,
Right.
is there a communication with the higher ed?
We do work with the university system in accepting the courses such as quantitative reasoning to ensure that the curriculum we have for our college credit course, which is the quantitative reasoning, will be accepted in our university colleges. But as far as training teachers, that's not something we've specifically spoke with 4-year universities on. But I can tell you that my daughter is an elementary school teacher and took one math course her entire teacher training. So I can't speak to that, but as I said, we don't necessarily work with the 4 years on what that curriculum should look like.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none? Oh, yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Nice
Morning.
to see you again. Just more of the practicality of this. The implementation date is as anticipated. This course or series of courses have to be embedded into current high school curriculums approved by the local school boards. Something will have to come out of the math program because teacher schedules are already, by this time, that point in July, are already set for the following year, obviously. And so there is a cost to the schools in terms of there'll be one less. If you're teaching this course, you can't teach the other course. I'm not suggesting that's bad. I'm just talking about the practicality of it. So I wonder if the implementation date, what is actually going to happen in the next calendar year, or when do you see, based on knowing that you have these hurdles, that it actually will be implemented in schools?
Sorry about that. The first year would definitely be a planning year. So I would see that if we were to start in even July, the first thing we would need to do would be to hire a program coordinator, somebody who would coordinate the project. And then they would start their outreach to the high schools to see who was willing or interested in coming on board. So, and I would see that occurring through December or so, really sort of understanding the landscape and seeing what schools may be interested in coming on board. And then hopefully in that January, working with those districts to be able to prepare for the fall. So I see it also as more options for high school students. So remember, we're talking about a student who is not typically a fan of math. So these are students who have not done well in math courses. So it's giving them more options. You know, these are not students who are going to take calculus or and do well in it, or any math course like that. So it's going to provide them with another option to take a course that's going to build on their math skills and then be able to take that college level course just prior to graduating from high school.
Follow up?
Thank you. On the same thinking then, if it's going to go into the high school curriculum, then my assumption is that any student could take it.
Right.
In those schools, and not necessarily be going on to community college, just
Correct.
taking that for that piece. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my last question. So these kids, the schools that didn't buy in, do you think that it was because they already had foundations of math classes? You know, if they weren't interested?
I would suspect they just probably didn't know enough about it, or may not have been ready to make a commitment for whatever reason. Maybe the districts didn't feel like they had the capacity or the resources to dedicate teachers, as you had mentioned, to that specific course or program.
Okay, thank
That
you.
would be my guess.
All right, thank you.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Do you think, it's my feeling that finding qualified math teachers is a problem in all schools across the nation. And certainly we have a teacher shortage, and, you know, a lot of the math teachers that I knew that left the profession of teaching, you know, their salaries went up exponentially. And they had a lot less struggles, I think. But do you think the fact that we have trouble with finding math teachers, and perhaps the people that we do find may not have had much training at all in teaching, that they just get a emergency certificate or something like that, that's part of the issue, that we need to look at that?
It's possible. I mean, I remember when my own children were in high school, and they weren't great at math either. And at that time, there were a lot of engineers being laid off, and a lot of engineers were coming in to teach math and didn't have teaching skills, basically. They knew math, but they maybe didn't know how to teach as well to a student who was struggling. So I'm sure that may play into it in some ways, but I think that's where this program really helps as well, because we work with those teachers and helping them to understand how to teach these basic concepts in a different way.
See no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I don't believe there are any further cards for HB 419. So I will close the hearing on 19, and we'll move straight into HB 420, which is relative to the availability and funding for the dual and concurrent enrollment program by the community college system, and making an appropriation therefore. And the introduction will be by the prime sponsor, Chairman Ladd.
Good morning again to members of the committee, Education Committee. For the record again, my name is Rick Ladd. I am a representative in Grafton 5, that is Haverhill and other communities around Haverhill. I'm here today as prime sponsor of HB 420, the availability and funding for dual and concurrent enrollment program. This is again a program which deals directly with our community college system. And just as before I get into where I'm going to say, I want to let you know that behind me we do have the chancellor for the community college system, Dr. Mark Rubenstein, and Shannon Reed, also from the community college system, which I'm sure will want to address this. I had written on the top part of this, and I'm not going to, because I know time is time and we've got to hustle along here, but what is a dual and concurrent enrollment program? You can read through that and you see some of the statements which I referenced to that. A lot of that comes out of the community college system. What changes are identified in this bill is what I want to tackle right now so we can get on to the professionals behind me. Program offerings will include other courses that are fundamental and necessary for success in post-secondary education and career paths beyond the current approved STEM courses. Now, what we have now, we do have a concurrent and dual enrollment program moving and very active within this state. Going back a number of years, I can remember when I worked with the chancellor, Ross Cattell, and also at that time community college system. I also worked with the chancellor, Todd Leach, from the university system in New Hampshire. University system in New Hampshire was not interested in this program at that time. Community college system recognized how this program right here has so many strengths and has moved forward and really done a great job. But what we have now is we had a program back then that was built on the first year $850,000, the second year $950,000 of the biennium. And due to the fact of limited resources, the cost of a course, I believe, was $150. We had only 10th, 11th, and 12th graders participating in the program. Since then, we've expanded this to 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. We've also expanded the program and would like to expand the program by way of statute here, away from just the STEM courses. There are many courses that high school students have an opportunity to take while in high school, concurrent dual enrollment, where they're going to get college credit simultaneously with their credit they're earning for graduation. And they may be taking a course that's dealing with childcare at the college, or they may be taking some other course which is more of the liberal arts but not the STEM-oriented type of course. I had a daughter when we were living up in Alaska who took a course while she was in high school through UAA, University of Alaska Anchorage, which had components of that college throughout the state. She took a course, several courses, while she was at the high school there in town. And those courses which she took simultaneously with what she took at the high school, which she did get credit for the courses which she's taking at the high school, they applied to Elmira College, where she went off to college, and later down to the medical school in Charleston, where she became a speech pathologist, audiologist. So what happened, we saw her spark when she took this course in childcare from UAA. And she learned, hey, I can do this. And she didn't have all the confidence in the world. That's what this does right here. By STEM, we are obviously going to be opening it up to more students now, too. In previous years, it went from $850,000 a year to $950,000 for the second year of that biennium. It's gone up to $1.5 million, but now we're jumping the number of students which can participate. They can take not just 2 courses a year, they can take 5 college courses, these 3 credit courses. What happens when they take this? And we have the proof of the pudding right now that we have students doing this who are coming out with 1 semester and some 2 semesters of college under their belts before they even get to the college doors. That's a tremendous savings. That's savings millions of dollars on the part of families in terms of the expense of courses at the post-secondary level. Thank goodness the courses at the community college system are a whole lot less than they are at the university system in New Hampshire. And with a 2+2 program, whereas you can take the 2 years, which we worked at with language last year, and we've been working on that for a number of years, The courses taken at the community college then are applicable and applied towards your four-year degree. So there's a savings right there. You don't have to go to the four-year system to pay oodles of money, and that we know that's really difficult. And you look at the kids coming out of the university system right now, I guess we're second to UVM in terms of college debt in this state for a four-year degree. Although when it comes, you hear the university system speak that, well, we may have a high debt, but we have a very low default rate. So the kids from New Hampshire and adults from New Hampshire, we pay our bills, but we still come out with a lifelong debt, which makes it extremely difficult when you get that first job, even to find housing or even to make your limited payroll take care of your daily costs. So this bill extends the dollar amount to $3.25 million per year. That will be used with the number of students which we have. It will result in a tremendous savings in dollars to families and students and adults at the community college system. So I'm going to be brief. I think that's you can read everything on the bottom there. There was a report that I pulled up last night and looked at in Colorado. They did a research back in 2014. That's now 8 years old. But concurrent enrollment courses reduce the need for remediation at the college level by 11.2%. Kids see they can do it. And then we have an active number of youngsters. And the last thing I want to impart to you is that we are one of the products that we deliver to other states in the state is our students for post-secondary education. Many go out to get their education, UMass Lowell, at University of Mass Amherst, at Orono, University of Maine, over to UVM. They go and leave our state. Of those students, less than half come back to our own state to do their jobs and work. So we're losing our workforce. If we get kids involved in this concurrent dual enrollment in high school and have them go on to post-secondary education in this state, the likelihood of folks staying in the state is higher. And therefore we have the workforce. We can't afford to lose any of these students in this state. We just don't have enough to fill our workforce needs as it is right now. So thank you very much. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Representative Black. Good to see you again.
Yeah.
Structurally, on the dual enrollment, if a student takes a class, it's a two-part question actually. If a student takes a class here and under this program, I know it's transferable to our community colleges. How is it also transferable as a college class, say to UVM or UONO?
Ask Dr. Rubenstein that. I'm sure. Are you going to come up?
Okay.
There's the man that you want to ask these technical questions to.
Okay, all right.
I don't
Wait,
work in
wait
the
on that.
system.
May I ask another non-follow-up question?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. If I understand, Rick, I'm looking at lines 3 through 17. It's just the number of courses expanding from 2 to 5.
Yeah.
So is it possible for a student to take 20 of these courses?
Yes, they could take it over the years that they're
Oh, 4
doing it,
years?
10th, 11th, and 12th
They
grade,
take 20 courses.
and they could take 15 courses then.
5, 10, 15, 20, okay. Okay.
That's high school math. We're trying to remediate high school math.
We have to go back to that prior bill. Okay then.
Yeah.
Anyhow, 15 courses.
Yeah.
Yes, but if a student wants to take more than that, they can do so, but that's on their own ticket if they go beyond the 5 in any given year. And some are doing that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Representative Cordiello.
Good morning, thank you.
Good morning.
So my background is coming from four-year colleges where pretty much all of them have a required freshman composition class. I imagine the community college system is similar in having a requirement like that. So would this allow for students to fulfill that requirement in high school then? Maybe this is a question for,
Well, the courses, of course, are concurrent.
it's not STEM is what
So
I'm taking from this, so.
I guess I also want to state to you that the instructors, which may be high school teachers teaching this, they must comply with the same rigorous standards that a professor or adjunct is required to have at the post-secondary level. As far as answering your question specifically, I think that's a good one for the staff behind me.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
And next will be Chancellor Rubenstein from the Community College System. Welcome back.
Good morning, and thank you for having us today. Thank you to Representative Ladd, who said probably everything that we might think to say, but I'll take a few moments to elaborate. From the previous discussion about math learning communities, some of the questions had to do with the challenges that students face. And the flip side of that for us, dual enrollment, one of the benefits is challenge. A student who's looking for more rigor than they can find, the opportunity to pursue college level learning while still in high school because they're ready for it, increases the likelihood that those students stay engaged with their education and have a sense of purpose for going to school. And we think that's by itself beneficial. It's also encouraging on a couple of fronts. One of those is students encouraged to pursue the things that they're passionate about, to learn more deeply about the things that they care about that may be outside of the normal high school curriculum. But also, the original intent of dual enrollment programs, Running Start, was to encourage consideration of post-secondary education for students who didn't believe that they could pursue college, didn't think that that was going to be an opportunity, whether because they didn't believe they had the ability or because they didn't think they could afford it. In some ways, that's still an important part of this, but not simply the affordability. I'll come back to that in a second. And part of this is the affordability of time. Students don't like to feel like they're falling behind. None of us do. So the idea that you might want to do something different after high school, whether it's military service, whether it's to pursue a technical career, whether it's to take some time to think, the opportunity to pursue college while still in high school, to bank academic credit toward a post-secondary degree, gives students more time, encourages them to explore what makes sense for them. But again, coming back to the fundamental early tenets, one of them was in fact affordability. As Representative Ladd described, this program saves students and their families significant cost. This year, we'll probably see students pursue 40,000 credits through the Running Start program. If that's at our tuition rates, about $9.5 million. But those students and their families will pay less than $2 million, and for those who are taking the STEM and CTE courses will pay nothing. So in essence, $7.5–8 million of value transferred to those families in savings through this investment that you make. But as described earlier, currently the scholarship is for 2 courses a year, and to some degree that lends itself to more pick and choose, more piecemeal approach to this. At 5 credits, or 5 courses a year rather, a student can genuinely pursue a year's worth of college, a year and a half of college. And if they choose to do some of this during summer as well, can complete high school and concurrently an associate degree. And I'm not suggesting any student needs to rush to finish 2 years. Going to be lifelong learners, and they're going to spend their careers continuing to learn and reinvent what they need to know to adapt to changes in their interests in technology and industry. But if in those 2-3 years of high school, with the challenge of dual enrollment courses, these students can build that interest, cultivate that lifelong learning, that passion for knowing, then we can set them on a path that when they're ready for the next lesson, the next thing they need to do, they're prepared to do it, and they're not carrying the significant debt that has historically been accruing for New Hampshire students. We think this is an opportunity to level the playing field. I had an occasion, I think, with this committee before to reference the data on free and reduced lunches. This state has a generation coming forward in high school, K through 8, K through 12 now, who are going to find need, and that need may be a barrier. If we can provide the encouragement, if we can demonstrate for them an affordable pathway, if we pair this with last year's House Bill 1530 initiated by Representative Ford that builds pathways from the community college system to the university system, we can ensure that this generation of New Hampshire students has every opportunity that any student in the country has to live a good life, to pursue the education they need to be full participants as not just in the workforce, but as engaged citizens, informed citizens in their communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. If I just would like to add one thing and then be happy to answer a couple of questions that came up when Representative Ladd was speaking. I just wanted to mention that when this program first started, or the first year or two, once it really sort of got its weight under it, we saw a 35% increase in Running Start registration, Running Start being these courses that are taught in the high school by qualified teachers, 35% increase in the registrations, with probably a third of those or so happening in the Manchester area. And that really told us that these were really benefiting families, that students that were living in economically disadvantaged areas were able to take these courses when they didn't have the $150 to take those courses when they weren't free. So I think we've definitely seen that the benefit of this program. And with adding the English composition and just moving away from just STEM and CTE, I think was your question about English Comp. English Comp is our most popular Running Start course. It is just about every high school in the state has it. Of course, it's complicated by the fact that the teachers have to have the same credentials as our adjunct faculty do, so they have to have an advanced degree in math, in English. But it is our most popular course and our most transferable. And the courses do transfer to, we know they transfer to well over 200 colleges and universities across the country. But, you know, certainly mostly in this New England area. We don't see any problem with transferability for the most part.
If I may add one last point, and this actually, Director Doran's point about academically qualified, and Representative Ladd also referenced the requirements for the teachers who participate in this program, and goes to Representative Tanner's question about finding qualified faculty. Part of what we're requesting here is not just the scholarship support, but program support, because we'd like to be able to test some different approaches to doing this. In some cases, there are students in high schools where the teachers are not academically prepared to offer the college level courses based on our accreditation requirements. So can we be more creative and engaging with our own faculty to deliver programs? Can we get a little bit further outside the framework that was originally established to ensure that students, regardless of high school, have access to these programs?
Thank you. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you please expand on the concept of what is needed for a teacher in the high school to basically teach these particular courses? What is the difference between that high school teacher vis-a-vis that of those who are aligned with the Running Start program, for example?
So it really depends on the course that's being taught. There are different levels, but traditionally, let's say for a major level, an academic course such as English, math, history, science, those teachers will need to have a master's degree in that particular content area. So a teacher will need to teach math, they'll need a master's degree in math, not just a master's degree in educational leadership or something like that, but in math. If they don't have that master's degree, we will accept a master's degree in something else, such as educational leadership, plus 12 graduate credits in that particular math content area. So it's either the full master's or 12 graduate credits with a master's.
Thank you for that clarification.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks for joining us this morning. This may be, I don't know if you've got this at the ready, or if maybe Shannon has this, but was there an appropriation in the current budget for dual and concurrent, and how much was that?
1.5 million
Oh, so $1.5 million per year. And so follow up on this, Mr. Chair. So this one is bringing up to a 3.25, and of the 1.5, Was there any of that was not utilized by students?
A few years ago, yes, because when, as I mentioned, just pre-pandemic, when we had the 35% increase, all of that funding was spent. When the pandemic hit, the Running Start registrations took a pretty big hit as well.
Sure.
They decreased significantly for a variety of different reasons that I won't get into here, but we're just climbing out of that now. So we anticipate that this year we will spend all of that funding by the end of June.
Okay, good. And just a quick follow-up on.
Quick follow-up.
Just to be sure, and I hope this works out exactly how you said, Beth, that you expect this to be used up. If the program's oversubscribed, are any students turned away, or is it just something happens?
That's a great question, because that did happen a few years back, and we did work with the Department of Ed to access some additional funding, so no students were turned away.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Representative Pettinel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Several years ago, the Virtual Learning Academy Charter School had an agreement with Southern New Hampshire University where the students could take dual enrollment courses and graduate with an associate's degree. Is there any potential for an option like that?
Did you take that?
Me? Certainly, yes, we would love to, and we actually are doing some things like that with the New Hampshire Career Academy, where students are able to come to our colleges and take actually enroll in our colleges for the associate's degree. And we also have something called the eStart program. Not sure if you're familiar with that, but this falls into this bill as well. eStart is courses that are taught 100% online by our faculty. So we offer up to 30 of those courses per year for students to take. So that's another, and that also is in conjunction with VLAX. So VLAX offers the high school credit and we offer the college credit. So that would be another way for students to earn significant credits.
Follow-up? Yes.
Thank you. So in order to have that degree conferred, would students have to leave their public school and take VLAX classes?
No.
How would that?
No. For eStart, they're actually still enrolled in their high school. They just happen to get the high school credit from VLAX that they then transfer to their high school.
That question does also point to part of the reason why we're looking for some flexibility, and we describe a number of different pathways. As my colleague described, we have partnership with VLAX. We do some things with charter school, but ultimately we want to give students as many options as possible. One of the reasons that we tend to prioritize Running Start is it allows students to stay in their high schools. And our experience is that the majority of students thrive more in that setting. Not every student, but for a lot of students, they prefer to be able to engage in the other aspects of high school life while not giving up this opportunity for challenge and rigor.
Yes, Representative Dorn.
It's Damon.
Damon.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering if there's a minimum enrollment in the courses in schools that are a small student population. Are there issues at any times in terms of the school being willing to offer the course because there's not that many students who might take it?
Not typically. We do have a minimum enrollment of 5, but years ago that was somewhat of an issue, but we really haven't experienced that lately.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. Do you see the possibility of the two changes, one to expand this to not just STEM courses, and the other to increase the number from 2 to 5 being broken into separate bills? Because although it is possible for a student to take 5 courses each year, that would require a student who would have a lot of time to dedicate to the courses in addition to being highly motivated, which yes is possible, but I see as potentially unlikely. So do you see the potential for this to be broken into 2 separate bills?
Would think of that more as a legislative prerogative and decision. If it were broken into 2 bills and one were passed and the other not, we would work with what the legislature grants.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Cordell. I appreciate it. Good morning, and good morning once again. Just a couple of structural things, if I may. Is there any cost for the high school student at all? to take this, to participate in this program?
It's $150 per course, but if not, if they have these scholarships available to them.
Okay, may I continue on that line?
Follow up, yes.
Yeah, thank you. So, the high schools, I just make sure I'm understanding the program. The high school offer course X, currently in a STEM area X, and 7 kids register for that class. You're using a high school teacher in the high school setting, in the high school curriculum with the sort of like an AP piece, but for Running Start. Can other students take that class with that instructor with not wanting credit and not having to pay hundreds of dollars?
They can, yes.
Okay. And just one more.
One more follow-up?
Yeah, great. How many schools currently in the state participate?
All of them. Every public school in New Hampshire participates, and then we have many charter schools as well as private schools.
Well, that's, thank you. That's terrific. I didn't know that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the striking of the requirement that these be STEM and career tech. Would you say that it is a reasonable concern that doing so could shift the underlying utility of this program away from students seeking more rapid employment through either career tech or associate's degree programs toward students looking more to fulfill general education requirements and such as humanities and whatnot for a 4-year degree program?
Well, it's a thought-provoking question, Representative Belcher. I think it's certainly possible, but I think we're more likely to expand rather than just shift. I think that this opens up opportunities. The question posed earlier about workload, a student may be less likely to take 3 or 4 STEM-focused courses, but might be more interested in a balanced schedule of a couple of STEM-focused courses and a couple of humanities or social science courses. So I think it's more likely for the students pursuing this challenge to expand and broaden as opposed to just shift. But I do understand the concern. I'll say that internal to the organization, one of the challenges that we face is that the more Running Start program courses that we deliver, and I should mention that only about 1 in 10 students who takes Running Start comes directly to us. Over the 4 or 5 year period, we'll probably see 20% of those students. But generally speaking, these students are taking the education elsewhere. But the more we do with Running Start in the areas like math, like English, humanities, what it does is it concentrates the curriculum left for us to deliver in areas that are more STEM, more healthcare, more, frankly, more expensive to deliver. So we are cognizant of that shift internally, but I don't know that it changes the way students use the program.
If I could just follow up on that as well. I agree with the Chancellor that that's a great question and one that I've thought about as well. But I think when you're looking at 5 courses per student per year, that's a lot of courses at the college level. So chances are not a lot of students will have the opportunity to take all 5 in 1 year. I mean, many students will, but it still will allow them to have some STEM, some CTE, and some gen ed courses. So I think it definitely will allow that 5 allows us to kind of span all of the academic credentials that students might need when they're looking to go to college. And, we had originally thought about when this program was first introduced that we would fund there wouldn't be a limit to STEM and CTE, but at that time funding wasn't available, very limited funding was available, plus the focus at that time too was on STEM, very much on STEM. So that's why we went with the STEM and CTE due to lack of total funding that we would have wanted to do all courses.
Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, again, going back to the high school requirements as well. Do you see these courses replacing the ones that they already currently need to take for high school? Because it seems to me, just going back from my daughter's experience in high school, that her schedule was already really packed, just taking the courses that she needed to take, and then there were AP courses as well. How would these courses fit in?
I think it's important to note that these courses do exist in the high school already. So, for example, English Comp. Every high school senior needs to take senior English. So English Comp is senior English.
Okay.
So that many of the, whether it be psychology, biology, whatever it might be, the course exists in the high school. We just ramp it up, if you will, and teach it ask the high school to teach it as a college course specific to our requirements for a college course. So the high school teacher is teaching our college syllabus in that particular course for both high school and college credit.
Follow up, yes.
Just a follow-up to that. So who determines if that student would be ready to take that course? Would that be the previous high school?
Right. We really rely on the high school teachers and school counselors to ensure that students are ready for those courses.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So what's the basic difference, as I heard that, between the AP courses and the Running Start courses? Is it just the testing that occurs with AP courses?
Also a great question. And yes, for the most part, AP has its certain requirements, obviously, and our college courses have their certain requirements. If you're talking about the actual course content, it's probably very similar. Like an AP history course is probably very similar to one of our history courses that we're teaching as Running Start. So very similar, it's just the testing. With the AP, they need to pass the test for some colleges and get a 4 on it. With our dual credit courses, such as Running Start, then that college credit is pretty much transferable to any other college without having to take a test. So we do see more students interested in taking the Running Start courses versus AP for that reason.
Follow up, yes.
So I would assume that the reason the AP courses have a test at the end is to make sure of the quality of the final project and that the student actually qualifies for the college credit. Has the community college ever considered having some sort of testing at the end of their Running Start course to make sure that the student is actually achieving what they should for the college?
The students are tested just like they would be in one of our colleges with the final exam and obviously testing throughout the entire course. Our college faculty work very closely with the high school teachers. Each Running Start teacher has a college faculty partner who works with them throughout the semester to ensure the rigor of the college course is being upheld, and actually will give the high school teacher their tests, their college level tests to take if the high school teacher so chooses. If they don't want to use those tests, then the college faculty partner will review the testing and all of the assessment methods to ensure the rigor of that college course is being upheld.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And Ms. Dorian, maybe we can get a card for you for this bill as well. And with that, I'll close the hearing on HB 420. And we're just about on time for the next bill, which is HB 364, relative to transportation for students attending CTE centers. And once again, we will have the bill introduced by Representative Ladd.
Yesterday, in the dialogue, $50,000, and someone asked about how people participate in that. Especially the information yesterday, yeah. That's my guess. Yeah, sitting there, but we have no bill around for that today.
That's your story, to stick with it. Educated voice.
At the end of the term, and all the bills are passed, all the bills are filled, your local transfer station will be very happy to see you. I don't think they're killing this. Nothing I'm aware of, but I'll check. Thank you.
You have enough up there? One around? Good morning again to members of the Education Committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill. And today I'm here to introduce HB 364. This is a bill relative to transportation of students to and from career technical education centers, and deals primarily with the costs of transportation and the process we have developed in the state here to reimburse those sending schools for the cost of running those buses or transportation that they use. So in looking at the sheet that I handed you, and this is an older sheet, but it sends the message that how the transportation formula works. We have allocated, as we heard yesterday, $9 million each year for the cost of tuition and transportation of students to the career technical education centers. And when we do that, what we do with that $9 million, the first thing we do is we subtract out of that $9 million and pay the districts their transportation costs. The transportation costs are based upon the old formula we've had ever since I can remember, 10 cents per mile per pupil. If in fact the district does not provide those transportation services, then the board may approve us transporting a student in their own personal vehicle at a cost of 25 cents per mile. That is done in some cases where we have very few people riding the 60 some odd passenger bus, the yellow bus, and it's cheaper for them actually to drive themselves at 25 cents per mile. There's also some students that are at the CTE centers that following the close of school on a given day, they may have employment right there by the CTE center, so they can remain at the center, transport themselves to the workforce job, which they have that's in association with the Career Tech development program. So there's some students that do that, but the majority of our students, now and the sheet that you'll see here, the CT student population is rounded off to 9,000. It's a little higher than that now. I'm going to round it off to 10,000. But when you look at that, the number that are transported is approximately 2,000 students, a little less than that, because the remainder are already at the center, because that's where the high school exists, at that center. So when we're looking at this transportation reimbursement, let's look at the formula that we have right now. The statutory language says we shall reimburse districts the full cost of transportation. Full transportation costs was put in the legislation, I can't remember if it was last year or the year before that, but we just recently did it when we knew that what they were receiving was not enough. However, now we're playing with the formula in terms of, so what is full transportation costs? Is that full in accordance with the formula, or is it full in terms of the actual costs for transportation? If it's full in regard to the cost of transportation, and the formula is 10 cents per mile. If we were actually going to do this properly, we'd have to put another $2 million into that formula. Instead of $2.6 million, $680,000 approximately for transportation, we should be funding annually $2.6 million. That is, that's much more than we can do, because the remainder of the money there, you can see out of that $9 million is used for tuition. And the more students that participate, the less tuition the sending district receives in terms of the number of students that they're sending. Of course, we're splitting up a limited pool of money for a growing population. And so the schools receive less per child. When you compare our system here in New Hampshire to Delaware, which is a very similar location in terms of number of students, you can see that The state CTE funding for this state is $9 million. When you look at Delaware, it's $89 million per year. We are very much, shorting our CTE centers in terms of getting students to participate, getting more students to participate. Many districts cannot send those students because they're not getting the reimbursement or the tuition monies to send them to the CTE program. So out of those 10,000 students, roughly 1,000, some odd number of them come from the sending districts. That's a disservice to those districts which send. We have a number of students which would love to take these courses in terms of, agriculture, diesel mechanics, robotics, etc. at the center, but they're not able to do so, seeing the district, in order to do that, has to fund up that money themselves without using this money right here. It's basically an unfunded program, which we're not going to totally fund properly. So what we're proposing here, if you look at the sheet that I stapled to this, not the side where this morning when they went down, you can see how bills are made, like 188-E:8. You see how things have been scratched out and things are put in. That's not the side I'm looking at. I'm looking at the side that says Kansas. Kansas had an audit done of their transportation system out there, what they were doing for CTE. And I'm going to read part of it and to you here. To aid the Unified School Districts in this endeavor, the legislative appropriated funds for CTE transportation aid, the amount of which is based on a formula using type of vehicle, mileage, and the number of trips made to the college or to their location where they get the CTE. You can see it's not on a per pupil basis. It's based on number of trips, the types of vehicles, etc., used for that. We'd love to be able to, use a smaller vehicle, a van, to transport a district of 4 or 6 kids. Do we then fund them at the same rate that we do the large yellow school bus? The large yellow school bus, of course, uses more diesel. It's more costly to purchase. The school bus now, we're talking, about $175,000? I may be a little shallow on that. If it's electric, it's $450,000. A van is much cheaper, so its district would rather use something like that. They can use it if they have it available, but it would also cost less to run it if we did it by a new formula, and that's what this bill is proposing. That is proposing, as they've done there, you can see they have categories. Suburbans and vans would get X number of dollars per mile. School bus, so much, and school bus, another level, based on a formula. Now, this bill doesn't get into the development of a formula. This bill authorizes the Department of Education to work this out, to figure out how are we going to set up our transportation costs and reimbursement to these school districts, and it gives them this biennium to do that. And once that is established, then we can flip over to a new process. But we need to do something about this. Right now, it's unfair the way it is. We're limiting the number of students which can participate in these centers. We did challenge the issue of calendars, we have some centers which receive kids from 9 different school districts with 9 negotiated contracts for calendars, etc. And getting them all on the same page is like herding cats. It's just can't be done. Well, what we've given them, they've got to get down to 10 non-conforming days in your calendar total for all those 9 districts. They're going to have to work on this, and that legislation was just passed this last year, and hopefully that will eliminate kids not being able to get over to the CTE center. But the biggest thing which we got to address now is this transportation reimbursement. And then we got to tackle on another step in another bill. This bill initially was going to have tuition costs in there as well. I decided to break this down so we could tackle one thing at a time and then hit the tuition costs at another time. So this concludes the nature of this bill. It deals strictly with looking at a new transportation formula for the sending districts to the receiving CTE center, established by the Department of Education. So thank you very much. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Ladd? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I definitely agree, and I'm on board with needing to sort this situation out. My one question is there a way to guarantee in the rulemaking process or to instruct them to make sure that there's going to be a measure of efficiency ultimately, so we don't wind up with a situation where school districts are, sending one or two students long distances perpetually on full-size school buses and whatnot?
If we're going, I'll take my district right now, SAU 2023. And our CT center is across the river in Bradford, Vermont, and we're sending from Woodsville High School. So we're talking maybe a 30 to 40-minute ride, depending upon what's going on in the highways. We only have large buses. So that's what we're using up there. The smaller buses have been used for the special education services, which we have. We are a district which is very involved with the CTE Center across the river. That's where the diesel mechanic program is taught, and that is critical to the agriculture community from which I come from. The nature of the vehicle used is something that would be worked out with the department. However, we're not going to put, you must do it in a smaller bus, because there's another funding issue which we're not funding. Hopefully, districts would get funded based upon a certain amount that's established in this bill. If it's going to be a larger bus, you're going to have to conform to what's going to be set up by the department on that. So I don't want to get in the business saying you will transport on a certain type of vehicle. That's an unfunded mandate. Yeah.
Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, we changed it, I think, last session so that Manchester got reimbursed for
Yes, we did.
different schools. This doesn't impact that. They'll still get reimbursed.
Yes, yeah, and what Representative Cornell, and thank you, Representative Cornell, for being on the CTE Center committee, and they have looked at it and they're endorsing this. What we had go on in Manchester also, was it Nashua and Exeter? It was 3 districts that we had in statute that if you're transporting within your district boundaries, you're sending to a school in your district, which is part of your school district. So they never qualified because they weren't sending outside the parameters of Manchester. We've changed that, seeing that in Manchester, you might have your CTE on the other side of town. You could be transporting kids 5 miles or so, but they never received any reimbursement whatsoever for that. That was changed. So anytime you hop on a school bus, no matter where you are in what district, you will get reimbursement at that 10 cents per mile. Yeah.
Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 364 basically is just directing the department to create a new formula. Is that correct? There's no money involved in this. It's just a matter of how to allocate those funds in a different process. Is that correct?
Yeah, and we're trying to spell out, we're trying to get away from this per pupil funding mechanism and looking at trying to reimburse for the costs of that bus moving. You can't move a bus at 10 cents per mile if you only have 4 or 5 kids on it. You're going to have a loss.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. A lot of schools, I think, contract with bus services. I know when I coached tennis, I would have like maybe 12 girls and we'd get a big bus, and I think it would be so inefficient. But they told me that they contracted per trip rather than, how many students or what was the most efficient for them. I guess that's kind of their problem. I'm just wondering if this would interfere with those schools that actually contract by the number of runs that are made and the mileage that
this won't impact that contractual basis at all. What you're going to do is get from the state, you're going to get X number of dollars for the number of kids which were transported on that particular bus. If you've agreed as a school district that the contract is going to be based upon runs, then you're going to have to pay that, but you're going to get reimbursed by the mileage, per mile per student that was transported on that contracted service.
Any further questions? I have one, Representative Ladd, if I could, in terms of the costs. The bill takes effect in 2025. So we have until, or the department and the state board have until that time to come up with a new formula. But at that point, the new formula would kick in and there would be possibly costs involved for the state to provide the full cost of transportation related to that new formula. Is that correct?
That's correct. And what we're doing is we're trying to put this off for several years. When we've looked at the costs of running buses, even for the regular school district daily operations, trying to get this information from DOE has been very difficult. You have bus supervisors and people are familiar with it. To try to sort through the DOE 25 form and all that, it's been extremely difficult to find out what the actual costs are. And we've done this on the CTE committee 2 years ago when we were looking at how the formula works. And it's a very convoluted formula when you come to tuition, transportation, trying to get a handle on how much we're actually spending and all, and how it is also, it's not as complicated as tuition formula, which is more based upon the local makes that decision between 20 and 40% of the DOE costs, of the DOE 25 per pupil costs. And then there's a 3% added on that for capital costs as well. So a lot of this has to be looked at. I'm trying to go incrementally here and work with Jeff Beard behind me here regarding, let's fix the transportation costs first.
Thank you. Any further questions? Or Representative Luno?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And to follow on to what you just asked with respect to the effective date, why wouldn't we accelerate this to July 1st, 2024?
I'm all for it. I'm all for it. What we also have, I haven't mentioned, we have two other bills which are coming down dealing with I'm jumping off. I'm on capital improvements for buildings. So no. So let's just stay here with this one. Yes, I agree. If the timeline can be changed, if we hear from folks behind me, well, we could do this earlier and we should, I'm all for that. Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions for Representative Ladd? Seeing none, we do have someone from the department here. If there are any technical support questions that anyone has for the department? Representative Lakis, Mr. Beard, could you come and answer a question or two possibly?
Yes, thank you so much. Great to see everyone again. 2 days in a row is a rare and wonderful opportunity. I am available to answer any questions. Representative Lakis.
Representative Lakis?
Would you be able to get the rules done by 24 instead of 25?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? You're getting off easy, I think.
Well, it's thank you to Representative Ladd who outlined it so wonderfully and with such detail. But thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I see no further cards for this bill. So I will close the hearing on House Bill 364. And we have a few minutes until the hearing for House Bill 267 at 11:30.
Yeah, I'll let Dan was like, oh, yeah. Oh, sure.
You guys kept asking all those questions. I had to
Good, how are you?
To tackle here.
How about plan B?
Okay, at this point in time, I'm going to open up the hearing for HB 267 relative to criminal records checks in school employment and recognize Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Joe Alexander. I represent the town of Goffstown. I actually thank you for allowing me to testify at Education Committee. I have a former professor, college professor on this committee now, so I hope she's very proud of me testifying in this committee. So HB 267, I believe, is a simple piece of legislation. I put in this bill on behalf of the superintendent of the Goffstown School District. So he is here to testify as well, to provide clarifying, to answer questions if there are any. I believe it's a simple bill that would merely enable a school administrative unit or school district to require more frequent background checks or criminal record checks. This would apply to all employees and volunteers, not specific groups, but everybody that works in a school district. And the current statute only requires one criminal history check upon hiring and none immediately after or following. So you can get a situation where someone works for a school district for 30 years and only has one background check. So this merely would just enable during contract negotiations more frequent background checks. But this is totally a local control bill, so it allows the school district and groups, unions, or anybody to have those negotiations on their own and local level. So my ask is that you support the bill, and my superintendent is here to give specific situations where it might might be needed. And so I'm happy to answer questions, but also defer to my superintendent. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions of Representative? Yes, go ahead, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you know if is there any requirement in law that the school or the requesting agency pay for the background check? Does it ever fall to the person being checked?
It's my understanding that it's the school district that pays for those background checks, but again, that could be part of those negotiations that happen on the local level between the school district and any groups.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Representative Alexander, for taking my question. Many people have background checks for other aspects of their lives, for example, coaching or something, or other employment. Would you accept a recent background check from another source as to fulfill these obligations?
So I think my superintendent can help with this, but I would say that that is all going to be a part of that negotiation that happens on the local level. So they can have that conversation about, you know, if you have, say they happen to agree to require it every 10 years, and they happen to have a more recent one for some other position, that could be part of the language that's put into the contract.
Further questions, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, and thank you for being here. You mentioned local negotiations. Are you talking about when they negotiate the collective bargaining agreement? Or I'm not sure the reference when you use the term negotiations. That means one thing to me. I'm not sure what that means to you.
It means the same thing to both of us, and we have a specific situation that happened that we're happy to talk about and about local issues. So yes,
thank you very much.
You're correct.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Just trying to get some information here. We have 2 cards here. Is there anybody else who wants to speak on this particular bill? Okay.
You have a hand up. Maybe you jump one of the cards.
He already has a card here. Okay, Brian, thank you very much. You're welcome to come up.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning,
You want to press, excuse me, the button? Yep.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Brian Balke. I'm the superintendent of schools in Goffstown. I've been the superintendent for 10 years. This is my 29th year in public education. I'd like to thank Representative Alexander for submitting this legislative services request on my behalf, and I'd like to talk to you about why I think this is important and why I think this matters to the state of New Hampshire and to local school districts. So right now, as Mr. Alexander shared, all school staff are required to complete a criminal records check. That happens one time. There are no requirements to have any kind of an ongoing periodic check if local school districts want to negotiate that. Representative Myler asked about negotiations. I would confirm that that means a collective bargaining agreement with a union. Specifically in Goffstown, we have 2 unions. We have a support staff union and we have a teachers union. They're both under NEA New Hampshire. So as we have negotiated contracts over the many years, one of the things that I have wanted to focus on is having a local policy and a local practice of having everyone have a background check with greater frequency. Every 3 years, we have to recertify in the state of New Hampshire as certified educators. We have to submit evidence that we've continued to perform professional development and we've continued to hone our skills, and that's all part of the process. What I would like to do at the local level is negotiate terms in our union contracts that would allow us to do criminal records checks on that same frequency. Right now, the statute is silent, does not allow us to do that, and we're looking for enabling language that I can point to and say, the statute specifically says local school districts can create different frequencies of criminal records checks based on their own local contracts. We already have that in a school board policy through the Goffstown School Board, but we'd like to codify that in our negotiated contracts as well. If I can, and I'm happy to answer any questions as I go, but I have some more information to share if I may. So what I'd like to propose is, I'd like to give a little bit of history on this. So this statute was first enacted in 1993, and in 2000 there were some pretty big changes that restricted Section 5 violations. So specifically in 2000, that included murder, child pornography, aggravated felonious sexual assault, and kidnapping. Those were the only things that we screened for beginning in 2000. So if you had any other convictions, minor convictions or more significant convictions, I would say arson should be on that list. It's not. So you could be convicted of arson and you could be a certified teacher in the state of New Hampshire. And as a superintendent, I potentially have no recourse, no ability to check your background again. So what we have is we have situations that in 1993, I still have 17 employees that are employed in SAU 19 in the communities of Goffstown and New Boston that were never given a criminal records check at any point in time. They were hired prior to the statute even being enacted. So pre-2000, I have 47 employees that were hired before 2000. I have no idea if they have any convictions beyond those 5 felonies that we listed. And in 2017, the statute changed. That went through this committee. And what superintendents now receive is a more comprehensive background check. It includes arrests, it includes misdemeanors, and that allows us at the local decision to evaluate child safety and make decisions at the local level. This is not a gotcha. This is not I'm out to catch people who have unsavory things in their past. This is about making sure that children are safe. And in Goffstown, if we want to negotiate terms that we're going to do criminal records checks every 3 years, we need a statute that allows us to do that. That's why this was brought before you. So the other thing I would share, in 2018, the Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct was put into place. You're probably all familiar with this. And if you look at page 11 says that unprofessional conduct shall include, and it says, failure to self-report within 5 business days if he or she, meaning a teacher, a credentialed educator, has been arrested for any violations of offenses enumerated in RSA 189.13a5, which are those list of felonies. The list was expanded, and it now includes things like prostitution, endangering the welfare of a child, indecent exposure, lewdness, possession of child sex images, distribution of child sex images, manufacturing of child sex images, use of computers for child sex images, obscene matters and material, capital murder, first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, aggravated felonious sexual assault, sexual assault, kidnapping, human trafficking, and incest. Anything else that anyone would be arrested for or convicted for, they have no obligation to even tell me as the employer, according to the Code of Ethics. Now, I think this document is wrong, but this isn't my purview. So what I want to do is negotiate terms at the local level. This is fully supported by our school board in Goffstown to be able to have language in the statute that would allow us to negotiate these terms, as we said. I would say that, unfortunately, there seems to be an uptick in the number of educators who are engaging in inappropriate behavior. And I would share that on the New Hampshire Education Department website, there's a technical advisory and press releases that indicate the number of educator misconduct investigations are increasing. The department reported in 2014 there were 170 investigations, and the last number they shared was 2018 with well over 200. I don't know what that number is now. Attorney Fenton is here from the department. She could probably speak to that. There's a list right now of over 200 educators in the state of New Hampshire who've had their license to teach suspended or revoked. 200. Who knows what they were background checked on or when? So again, we're looking to have local terms that we can negotiate. I will share, I've had 2 examples that the committee might be interested in. We had a longtime teacher that worked for us. This individual left the profession of education. At a later point in time, chose to go back into teaching. I get a call from the Department of Ed that there was a question about their background. Another school district went to hire this individual and did not because of their background. I have no idea what it was. I have no idea what their convictions were. I have no idea what they found in that background. All I know is, as a sitting teacher in my school district, I didn't have that information. And that was important to me. So at the end of the day, this is fundamentally all about local control and making sure that we're doing everything in our due diligence to make sure kids are safe. And respectfully, I would ask you to support this proposed bill. and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and testifying on this. And I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, but it seemed like you were indicating that you wanted to be able to include in your contract negotiations scheduled
correct
background checks, but also
Precisely.
possibly additional offenses that you might be looking for beyond the Section 5 offenses. Did I hear you correctly or misunderstand?
Correct.
Follow up?
Yes.
So you want to be able to negotiate, would you put that into a contract negotiations, what offenses you would be looking for as part of the criminal records check, or would it just be the schedule?
I would imagine, again, that would be part of the negotiations with our unions, but I would think it would be the frequency cycle that the background checks would be done, and then probably some logistical parameters around once that the first batch has been rechecked, that then a future superintendent wouldn't have the ability to come back and basically reconsider something that had already been accepted and approved by the sitting superintendent. So that's the kind of language that I think we would negotiate. The statute also specifically says at the local level, school boards can develop their own local policies that include the types of offenses, including misdemeanors or other things that might be restricted for employment. But I want to be clear with the committee, this is not about me finding people who've done bad things. This is just about making sure that we're keeping kids as safe as we can. And it's surprising to me that educators don't already have to do this. I think if you ask most parents, do you think your kid's teacher gets a background check every once in a while? I think most people would say, well, they must, right? How often do doctors get background checks? Do they get done once and then never again? I don't know.
Further questions, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and bringing this to our attention. There's no question, I'm sure that every member of this committee wants to make sure that we have teachers that are safe and meet the appropriate behavior that for them to work with kids. I've got a couple questions for you, though. Isn't there currently in a collective bargaining agreement grounds for dismissal that would be covered in a background check, for example? That's the first question.
I might defer to Attorney Fenton on that. I would say not that I'm aware of. So in our negotiated union contracts, there are provisions that will allow us to dismiss a teacher, but it's basically predicated on three tenets: insubordination, incompetence, or immorality. Arguably, the immorality piece you could consider, but if we don't have any knowledge that someone has been arrested or convicted of a crime, we wouldn't have any ability to even have that information to pursue a potential disciplinary measure with an employee.
Thank you. Second question is, what's the current charge for a background check?
I think it's $30. And what I think Representative Alexander said that he thinks that would be part of the negotiation. I would agree. I can tell you that we already included money in our budget to do the increased number of background checks. But volunteers per statute are supposed to pay themselves, and then local school districts can have a policy that reimburses them if they decide to.
So in your school district, your intent then
would be to pay for them, yes.
Would be to pay for them.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Have you talked with other administrators in other districts, whether they're seeing a similar concern as you, or talk with, I see Jerry Frew hiding behind Brian back there.
I have, in fact, spoken with Jerry Frew. I've spoken with other superintendents. I think this is an example of something of, I don't know why I'm the only one here wanting to fix this. This seems to me this should be something that everyone who works in public education should know about and care about. You're not compelling anyone to do anything. You're just allowing local school districts to negotiate terms. I can tell you that in those negotiations with NEA, and I'm not speaking ill of NEA in any way, but when I've brought up criminal record checks in an increased frequency, I have been met with, there is nothing in the statute that allows you to do that, which arguably is true.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So you indicated that the Goffstown School Board has a policy to do this.
Correct.
And I understand that the law there isn't a law that says you may do this, but is there a law that says you can't?
There is not a law that says you can't, and specifically, I would show you it's Goffstown School Board Policy GBCD and GBCD-R, which is the regulation. So we do have language that allows us to do the criminal record check with greater frequency. However, there's nothing that would allow me to do that in our contract. So even though it says it in policy, it would be considered a change in working conditions, it would be grieved, and I would lose any kind of a grievance appeal on that topic. So just having it in your policy is not enough.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to be clear on the intent of the bill. Is the intent to be able to do the background checks, or is the intent truly to be able to negotiate that?
It's to negotiate. So the language that Representative Alexander submitted in the LSR is exclusively allowing the ability to negotiate at the local level. I think the majority of our school districts all have union contracts. So every school district would have to negotiate specific terms with their unions as part of their agreement. I just want the ability to do that. This is important to me. It's important to my school board. We think teachers and anyone working with kids should have background checks on a reoccurring, systematic, predictable basis. You're going to work with kids. This is part of it. We need to make sure. I want to say that I believe my employees haven't done anything that I would have issue with, but I would say, as Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify.
Further questions? Representative Lekis and then Representative Cascadden.
You also mentioned, thank you, by the way, for taking my question, but you also mentioned what you wanted the background check of. And my understanding in many years talking with the Department of Safety is that they are only checking for the education department those things in the list, which, as you said, we expanded a number of times, from the original 5. How would that work with the Department of Safety who's doing the background checks if currently we've said in statute, these are the things we're checking on, and these are the things that they check on because that's what's in statute, and I don't see that in this bill at all.
Sure. So currently, right now, we don't just check the Section 5 violations. Right now, current superintendents for any employee, any volunteer who gets a background check, we get their entire history. So we get any arrests, any convictions, any court proceedings, and that includes misdemeanors as well as the Section 5 felony violations. So I don't see that it would be a change in practice for the state police or their partners at the FBI. It would, however, likely be an increased volume. So I would certainly acknowledge that for the state police, there could be an increase in volume. But I would say, good. This is keeping kids safe.
Thank you.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Brian, for bringing this forward. I'm looking at just the language of the bill. It says relative to criminal record checks in school employment. And I just question I don't know if you can answer this, but when I look at school employment, are we talking only about the current employees? Are we talking about the teachers who are in a school employment of a private school or a non-public school?
So, yeah, this would include any employees, designated volunteers, or any contracted services. So, for example, you've likely heard that for many of the positions that we have needs for, like speech and language pathologists as an example, many of us are not able to hire those folks as employees, and we have contracted service agreements only when we can't find people, and those individuals would also be subject to the criminal records checks.
Just a follow-up.
Yes.
So I just wonder then, Education Freedom Accounts has a list of service providers, and wondering if this would apply to all those service providers under the Education Freedom Accounts, as well as the retailers that are service providers.
I don't believe that there would be any applicability for that. I might defer to the department if Attorney Fenton thinks that might be the case, but essentially this would just allow us So any employee that would be covered under the criminal records check, I would need to negotiate terms with our partners at NEA to have language that would be acceptable to both of us to do those criminal records checks. If someone is not covered by a collective bargaining agreement, then we would have the ability to require that increased frequency. And by the way, I would share, this would include any credentialed, licensed teacher, educator, including the superintendent. My community should know that I haven't had anything in my criminal background that they should be aware of. I've been there 15 years. I predate some of these statutes. They have not done a criminal records check on me again.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. Good morning, Superintendent. Good to see you. A couple questions. Is the Secondary School Administrators Association supporting this?
The New Hampshire School Administrators Association, I believe, signed the clipboard that they were in support of this.
And DOE?
I don't want to speak for the department. Attorney Fenton is here. I don't know if she has the ability to answer that on behalf of the department. I have, however, I will share with the committee. I've spoken with Diana. Diana and I have worked on this. I've been talking to her about this for a number of years, and we were finally able to work with Representative Alexander to bring this before you.
And the final part of my singular question, on line 20, the new language in this requested change, I just want to be clear, this is on any group of employees. So once you set up your cycle, if you did teachers today, you could not do teacher X next year because you did it today. Is that correct?
Again, I think that would depend upon specifically what we negotiated, but that would be the intent. And I do want to be clear, this is not about singling anyone out. It's
Right.
not about, I line teachers up and I want to do a background check on you and you and you. This is about everybody all together.
So I understand that, but I just want to be clear, if perhaps Representative Ladd or someone else could interpret this for me, but I can't. I'm looking at line 20, and it just, as it says, on any group of employees. So that would preclude you from doing employee X.
Correct.
Unless you did all employee X is.
Correct. That was the intent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
Thank you. I'm going to stop with the questions right here on this one and ask Prosecutor Fenton. Well, we can elevate you to Colonel or General if you'd like that.
Would the chair like me to leave or
Are there any more questions of the superintendent? Let's, if you just sit down and then we'll bring you back forward where then you can get the one question here and let's try to get some technical support here.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Diana Fenton. I'm an attorney with the Department of Education. Most of the statutory changes that were mentioned as it pertains to RSA 189-13A were spearheaded by myself at the department with the understanding that when I was transferred over from the Attorney General's office to the Department of Education, that the department was really lacking in child safety initiatives. So I'm happy to give this committee a brief overview of the changes that have occurred in 189-13A and to answer some of the questions that were raised. However you would like me to proceed.
Are there any questions for Representative Fenton? Yes, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Diana, for joining us. And maybe you can do this, while you're sort of laying the groundwork for this. But over the past session, I think we dealt with a number of bills that made changes to criminal background checks, and I think one of the most interesting ones was House Bill 1398. Prime sponsor was Representative Carol McGuire, which actually establishes a study commission committee to examine the feasibility of the department centralizing criminal records check. And I knew there was certainly a lot of concern, confusion, how to manage that at a local level, how to manage that between multiple districts that may be part of an SAU, or people that work across different districts or something like that. And then what the superintendent brought up was the 3-year recertification process, and I guess I'm wondering about your thoughts on how maybe something like that, like this, a periodic check might be something that gets incorporated into the study when House Bill 1398 is taken up, and has I think the report due date is November of this year. So this is something that's currently, I think, active in terms of how do we really go about providing comprehensive criminal background checks in a way that's meaningful and useful to school districts and the people that they serve.
Yes, so thank you for the question. I'm going to answer your question in somewhat of a long historical approach, so bear with me. The statute in front of you, 18913A, and the proposed bill, 18913A deals exclusively with employment. And you have to keep those two different tracks in mind. There's employment, and then there's the licensing process at the Department of Education. And those are two separate entities. So the statute in front of you and the bill in front of you, again, 18913A, is employment-based. So if I were an educator and I went to Representative Cascadon's former district and applied for a job, in her old role as superintendent, she would do a background check on me and determine if I was a good fit for her district. Historically, prior to 2015, when that background check for employment was conducted, the records would go to the Department of Safety. You will see a gentleman in green sitting behind me. Anytime this committee deals with background checks, anything with 18913A, B, or C, you will see state police come and join us, because our worlds suddenly collide. The Department of Education is not in charge of criminal records. Criminal records are governed by the FBI, and there are federal regulations in place because of that. So, with employment, prior to 2015, and again, I'm going to pick on Representative Cascadon in her formal role as a superintendent, those criminal records for me, for employment purposes, would be sent to the Department of Safety. They would look at my record and they would determine, based on the statute, looking at Roman numeral 5, which sets out those disqualifying offenses that were mentioned, they would look at my record and they would say, does Ms. Fenton have any of these disqualifying offenses? This is what you mentioned. And then they would write a letter to the school district, and they would say, Ms. Fenton either does have a disqualifying offense pursuant to Section 5 and therefore cannot be hired, right? No discretion on the superintendent, or she does not have such an offense and you can hire her if you so wish. But it was kind of the man behind the green curtain. No one knew if there were other offenses, right? Or what those offenses were. It was what I called it the red light, green light letter, because it had no detail. It simply said, yes, the person has an offense and you can't hire them, or they don't have one of those disqualifiers and you can hire them. Here's what happened with that system. There was an educator who was charged with very serious sexual assaults, aggravated felonious sexual assaults in Sullivan County. For whatever reason, those charges were reduced to misdemeanor level offenses. They were not Section 5 offenses. They were still serious. They were still something superintendents wanted and should have known about as it pertains to child safety. But when the Department of Safety ran that individual's record when he applied for another job in another district, the person running the record said, these are troubling, but they're not Section 5 offenses. And so the letter simply stated, this individual does not have any of these offenses. The superintendent hired that person and he reoffended. That really kicked off the changes that were mentioned prior to 2000 and after 2015. We saw a flurry of legislative activity in 2016, 2017, 2018, and it was because of that incident. In essence, we wanted to provide more information to superintendents so they could make an informed decision. And that's why when you look at 18913A, misdemeanors and felonies, the entire record of offenses is being released to superintendents, and they have the discretion within Section 5 to say, the disqualifiers, I don't have any discretion with that. Those are across the board, no discretion. I cannot hire if someone has one of those offenses. But there are a lot of other offenses that they can take into consideration. I think a great one is DWI, right? They can look to see, is that someone that I want in my district? Arson was mentioned. We have certified educators who have arson on their record, and they are employed in various districts. What is lacking from the Section 5 violations that I find interesting? No drug offenses. No drug offenses. Last session, we did put a bill through that was passed that prohibited someone who had a felony level drug conviction of possession with intent to distribute. It had to be felony level. It had to be within the last 10 years. And that law becomes effective January 1st. So that has just started. That has just started. But prior to that, no drug offenses. So that's all employment based. The superintendent has an enormous amount of discretion to look at that record in its entirety and decide, is this the right fit for my district? Putting that aside for a minute, let's talk about the parallel track. The Department of Education realized that the department issues a credential to teach. And because of that, we have a child safety obligation as well. So we came before this legislative body as a state agency and asked for statutory permission to run a criminal records check on individuals before we license them to teach. And you will find that in 18913C. It's named 18913C for credentialing. That's how I remember it anyway. And I'll give you a tip, 18913B, that's for bus driver. B for bus driver. It's the only way my brain works. So it was done for a reason that way, I promise you. So 18913C was created as a parallel track to employment to give the department the authority to start to run records checks for first-time educator applicants. So that can be someone right out of Keene State, or it could be someone transferring in from a different state, right, who has been an educator in Massachusetts for 20 years, but they're new to New Hampshire. The difference between the two checks is that the department is limited only to those Section 5 violations, only to those disqualifiers. The reason being is, as a state agency, we do not want to license someone who is unemployable. That was the whole thought behind it. We don't want to license someone, allow them that certificate, that license, when they can't be employed in a school district. We felt that as a state agency, that didn't support the field, and that wasn't helpful for child safety. And so those are the two parallel tracks that have been created. If you think about it in this sense, the department is the floor of protection, right? We're just going to screen for those Section 5 violations to say, is this person employable? The districts have much more discretion to say, yes, this person is employable, but perhaps they're not the right fit for my district. So I go back to that DWI example. The department will license someone to teach who has a DWI on their record, maybe 2 DWIs. Why? Because it is not a disqualifying offense. It's not. But a district can take that information into account when making a hiring decision. So, getting back on my long-winded tour to Representative Luna's question, the study commission that was created, the idea behind it was to say, what other function can the Department of Education serve? Can it serve as a record clearinghouse, as it does for bus drivers pursuant to 18913B, right? Is there another function the department can play? I have not yet attended one of those meetings. I think it is a great idea. The department requested Representative McGuire to bring that bill forward because this area needs to be explored. It certainly has a lot of potential. My only caveat is to recognize that this is a new role that the department is playing. The department is just now really building the infrastructure for running record checks on first-time educator applicants. And we need time to be able to work out all the issues that will inevitably arise. But we have put our plan into place and we are starting to roll that out. We're very excited about this new initiative and working with our partners in the field and strengthening child safety. But I just always ask, I've testified to this before, that we're not given too much too soon. Because if we have a crack in the system, it's going to impact child safety. And that we can't do. So I appreciate your question. Thank you for listening to my long-winded answer, and I'm happy to take any additional questions.
Representative Fenton, I'd like to follow up to what Representative Lund was addressing with Carol McGuire's bill. That would be, if something's done through Carol McGuire's bill, it's going to be done across the board for all districts. As far as looking at changes maybe within all the languages we're talking about. Are we opening up a real crack when we're allowing District A now to go ahead and make, as what Brian's requesting right now, do a criminal check of an employee whenever, and then that person is not hireable there or is not going to be there, and they go next door to the abutting district and say, oh yeah, we're going to hire this individual because we don't have the criminal background check. Are we going to have some conflicts between districts if we don't do something like this on a statewide basis instead of letting it be a negotiated issue for every district in this state, which is going to be difficult to be consistent with?
You know, potentially I will clarify a couple of things. First and foremost, I'm not a representative. I would just need to correct the record on that one, Representative Ladd.
Well, you are a general.
I know you're very generous in your titles. And I don't think the bill allows for a check whenever. The bill, I think, is very well structured to allow for it to be negotiated at the local level. I can tell you anecdotally that when I started at the department in 2015, I had a superintendent take me aside at a conference and say, can I run a records check on a more frequent basis? And so this has been something that's been kind of percolating for a while. And when I would speak to Brian about it, the decision was made. It's something the department was interested in bringing forward, but we recognized it wasn't a department bill. It's a local level bill. And so we decided to step back. I was happy to work with Brian and answer any questions he had, but this is an employment issue. The department doesn't deal with employment. This is employment only, and I think you have to trust the field to take this task on. And if one district is doing it, I think the other districts will engage in it as well. So I don't think that division that you envision will occur. I could be wrong, but I think that you'll find that every district that I've worked with, every superintendent I've spoken to, this is their top priority. This is a tool that will enable them to do this. And I would be surprised if they didn't all take advantage of it. But again, that's just my perception of it.
Thank you. Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I don't want you to get away without a question.
I would be remiss if I did.
So, and this is kind of a setup question, but
perfect.
How frequent would you recommend, or do you think background checks should be done in order to minimize the risk at a school?
Well, thank you for the question. I'm going to take this opportunity to address another question that was raised about if someone had been checked previously or recently, can that record be kind of transferred over or relied upon? The short answer to that question is no, it cannot, for a variety of reasons. First and foremost, you always want to be careful of stale records, and that is a term of art when you start working in criminal records, which Representative Tanner is very familiar with, recognizing that today you run my criminal record, it's clean, and tomorrow it could change because tonight I'm going to go out and rob a bank or something like that. So that's always the anecdotal story that you will hear from state police. And in terms of the stale record piece. The other thing to recognize and remember with criminal records is now we're dealing with federal regulations and the FBI. And they will oversee the dissemination of this record. So this bill, I will take the wind out of state police's sails, this bill will have to be vetted by the FBI before it's enacted. It can be passed by this legislative body and become law, but it will not be acted upon until the FBI and the federal government say, yes, we approve it. And we have had to deal with that hurdle in all the bills that have come before this legislative committee as it pertains to 189, 13A, C, and B and C. Oh, there we go. So that's an additional hurdle to recognize. The FBI prohibits me from getting a record and handing it over to another district. It violates their regulations. Your question, how often do I think? It really doesn't matter what I think personally. I think the 3-year cycle, basing it on the renewals, makes logical sense. But I think the strength of this bill before this committee is it defers to local control. And it allows them to work that out and negotiate it as to what works for that particular district. I can tell you right now, the department does not do an additional criminal records check upon renewal. We don't have any plans to do that. We only do it for that first time educator applicant, whether that's right out of college or someone coming into this state.
Yes.
So, I taught for 35 years, a long time ago when the dinosaurs roamed on the land. And every 3 years, I had to get a background check when I renewed my license. I'm wondering when the Department of Education stopped doing that. If you know.
I believe, I think we used to do them until the 90s, maybe 95, 96. And then we stopped that practice for a significant amount of time. And now we're doing that again. And we certainly are open to the discussion of doing those criminal histories upon renewal. I would hope that that's part of that study commission idea that was mentioned. But right now, we are just rolling out the infrastructure for doing those first-time educator applicants.
Representative Cascadon and Representative Myler, anybody on this side?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Diana, for all that work. Anything we could do, any of us, to increase child safety is definitely most valuable. And I just go back again to the question that I asked the superintendent. In essence, the department has a list of service providers paid for and funded by EFAs, including retailers. And so my question is, if those non-public entities, whether they're retailers or private service providers, it would seem to me that we would be offering the same or requiring the same as someone who's graduating from college and you're doing a criminal background check before they're employed. And I suspect there is a vetting process for them, these entities, to be on the master list of service providers, and just would see that if it might create more buy-in in public schools if everyone who is servicing a child has that same criteria. So do you know if that's in the works, or?
My understanding is that is part of the EFA program. I can get you more details as it pertains to that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Happy to do that. Thank you.
Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You referred to 189, 13A, B, C. You've got something in front of you. What are you referring to?
My law book?
Okay. That's not the new one, is it?
No, my new one's at home and in my office. So I carry this in my car because I'm a legal dork.
The only reason why I raise this is that the new one is not the book that we have as a committee. We have not received the new book yet. So for new members of the committee, they don't have the yellow book nor the new book. And we need to know why we can't get those books.
Okay, that's really not, that's
a rhetorical, it's a rhetorical question.
We talked about that this morning and we're on it. I don't think we want to tie up Attorney Fenton on that one right now.
You
I
are
got
welcome to go to
yellow.
my car and take this out of the trunk if you'd like. I'll look the other way. My understanding is Representative Cordell is working on that issue. It falls outside of my purview, but as I've said to Representative Tanner, I understand her desire for the book because I love them as well. So
And you got that book from me.
I'm getting myself in all sorts of trouble
so
here.
let's go on here to Representative Woodcock.
Well, in the book, we don't have attorney. Dan, I'm looking at, and thank you for taking this. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Glad. I'm looking, the same question I asked the superintendent on specifically line 20 of the new language that talks about the doing the record check he was talking about on a cycle for any group. I just want to be clear that your interpretation of this language is similar to his, and that an individual employee who is already employed could not be required to get an additional background check at some point until it's the cycle of his group. That's my question.
Yeah, thank you for your question. And when you brought that up, I remember looking at this language. I know that one of our concerns, shared concerns, when Brian and I met to work on this language was the opportunity to misuse this tool, because this really is a tool for school districts. Right. And I know that he and I had this discussion at length that we didn't want anyone to be able to come in and use it in a vindictive way to target an individual, to say, I'm going to go after this person. And I think that's why we put that language in. I don't know if it was my suggestion or Brian's or a combination of the two, but we recognize that this is really, as I mentioned, a strong tool for school districts and superintendents. They have needed this for a long, long time. What we don't want to have happen is for it to be misused for a vindictive purpose. And if I may just very quickly piggyback on Representative Belcher's question, using the book you don't have in front of you, 18913A addresses your question, Roman numeral 4, that says that the schools may require the selected applicant for employment or designated volunteer to pay the actual cost of the criminal history records check. Most districts, for employment purposes, absorb that cost. It is part of employment. For volunteers, that cost typically falls on the volunteer. So I hope that answers your question, and you're welcome to use my book to validate it. Okay, thank you.
Diana Fenton, you referenced that we could pass this as a state, but
Yes.
then we're going to have to deal with the FBI.
You're going to have to deal with the FBI either
Okay.
way.
Is similar language or this process already in effect in other states? We're a very small state here in this country. Is similar language being applied in dealing with employees elsewhere, like in Maine or Vermont or Nebraska?
That's an excellent question. I appreciate it. I don't know, as it pertains to employment, how other states handle it. I am more on the licensing, credentialing end of it. I can tell you anecdotally that as a nation, and I go to annual conferences on this particular issue from the licensing piece, we recognize that we are in such a movable society. People go across the border so easily. And so across the board, we are really upping our child safety initiatives because we've had these issues happen where one person leaves, I'm going to pick on Virginia, and they go to New Hampshire and they miss that there's been this criminal activity or what have you. So I'm happy to look into it employment-wise as to what other states are doing. Again, we really focus on that licensure piece. So I don't know off the top of my head the answer.
Could you please do a little checking around for us?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Other questions for the DOE? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. I don't know if I heard you right, Attorney Fenton, when you were answering Rep. Cascadon. Did you say that EFAs you think are requiring these kind of checks every 3 years already?
I'm not sure about the every 3 years. I know that the background check is part of the EFA program, and I will get you more details as it pertains to that. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any more pink cards up here? Not seeing any. We're going to close this hearing. Thank you. Lunch.
1 o'clock back?
Yeah, 1 o'clock. Yeah. And start this meeting. We finished our last hearing a little bit late, so some members will be coming in. We're about 7 minutes late on this one already. So I'd like to open this hearing for HB 377. This is relative to screening and intervention in public schools for dyslexia and related disorders. Representative Katab. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the committee for having me here today. I'm Representative Caitlin Kutab. I represent Rockingham District 17, Windham. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 377. House Bill 377 changes the literacy screening requirements for dyslexia in our public schools from once in kindergarten or first grade and at appropriate times thereafter to twice yearly in grades K to 2, and it also clarifies the intervention timeline. This bill is crucial for ensuring that the children in our state have the opportunity to develop strong literacy skills and succeed in school and in life. Literacy is the foundation upon which all learning is built, and it is crucial that we identify and address any literacy difficulties as early as possible. Being at grade level before third grade is imperative because prior to third grade, students are learning to read. From third grade on, they're reading to learn. My kindergartner had this screening in October and has been receiving intervention. In a month, he went from identifying 9 capital letter sounds to 20 capital letter sounds, doubling his recognition in what he learned in 3 months without any intervention. Most of the children receiving special education in the specific learning disability category are dyslexic. That's about 10,000 kids in the state of New Hampshire, or 1 in 3 of the state's special education. When it's caught early, it likely makes the difference of only needing intervention and not special education. This not only considerably saves money, but also significantly increases the likelihood of the child's academic and emotional success. You may be wondering why it's needed twice a year through second grade, and that's because this is a screening tool. It's not diagnostic, so some children may be missed the first time. So it's important that we monitor their progress. Some kids may be doing okay at the beginning of the year because their skills match the expected performance at that time in that grade, but then as the bar gets raised, their skills may not continue to develop with their peers. And so if the screening is repeated, it can help to determine if their skills have increased according to the higher expectations or not. The Department of Education assessment data from last year shows that 55% of children statewide cannot read at grade level in New Hampshire. Our children deserve better. This is an easy screening which only takes 10 minutes or less, and there are free tools available to do it. I urge you to support this bill for the future of our children by ensuring that they have the literacy skills that they need to succeed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Are you willing to take any questions?
Happy to.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Thank you for being here and bringing this forward. I was wondering if you might know, or maybe someone else who was later testifying might know, but the existing statute specifies the DIBELS screening tool. And I heard something yesterday that maybe they had been bought by another company or the name had changed or something like that. It's one of the dangers of putting a specific product name in a statute. So if anyone knows, it's something maybe we could correct via simple amendment as part of this process.
Sure. So I did check last night, and there is still a free version of the DIBELS tool available online. Okay. So it does specify in the bill or an equivalent evidence-based screener. So if that didn't become the choice, I'm okay, I'm happy to amend it, but if that didn't become the choice of the school district, they do have the leeway to use any evidence-based screening tool that they want to use.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Kutab. And line 10, it says in kindergarten, or line 10 to 11, it says in kindergarten through second, the initial screening shall be completed no later than 60 days of a student entering public school in kindergarten through second grade. What if, say, for example, you had a homeschool student who came in third, fourth, fifth grade, and maybe they had learning issues? Would they be allowed to be tested for dyslexia?
Sure. So this is a screening that would be for the entire population of the school. And so for everybody, they'd be getting it K-2. If somebody entered later after and the school found an issue, then absolutely, I would agree that they should screen them at that point. And I would, but it may be repetitive at that point to keep re-screening all of the children of the school rather than just, new children.
Further questions? Yes. Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Katab. I'm looking at the second paragraph, which is all italicized, which talks about what happens if a screening takes place and there's some method of intervention required. I just wonder does that not automatically kick in? Do you have to specify how this goes?
Yeah, so currently it's at the discretion of the school district. We did have, in the original bill, it said that they needed to provide something by January 1st of the school year. However, it didn't say, some schools were taking this kind of wait and see approach rather than, if they thought it was invalid, re-screening the child, or if it was even more severe, referring them to special education. So the point was not to make these kids wait all of this time to receive the help that they may need.
I have a question for you. Is it wise to put like a 30 days in there? What happens if it's just before Christmas break? Are these 30 school days? Are these 30 days, calendar days? Is it wise to put a timeline like that due to the fact there are a number of variables in calendars from district to district?
So even with school break, with Christmas break, kind of one of our longest breaks, I believe that would still equate to allowing for 15 plus school days for that to be completed. So I'd be okay changing it to a smaller number and saying school days, but I wouldn't want it to necessarily be 30 school days. That's really a long period when there's only 180 days in the school year. We're talking, that's 1/8 of the whole school year.
Okay, thank you. Further question, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the bill. I just question, do you know that there are that many school districts without either a reading specialist or Title I program that it warrants additional criteria for that to occur? I mean, my experience is that it happens based on individual need, not at any particular time. So are you thinking reading specialists are not doing this, or Title I programs are not addressing the needs of individual students, or?
So not every district is doing this, no. And sometimes what will happen is a kiddo will get intervention in kindergarten, and then they'll catch up back to grade level. They'll stop receiving services or intervention, and then they're behind again by the end of first grade, and we're not catching it because we're not re-screening them.
I'm sorry about that.
Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the question. This says it's for dyslexia and related disorders. Could you touch on what those related disorders include?
So it could also be things like dysgraphia. I think Representative Ball may be able to elaborate more on some of the other disorders, because I don't know that I know all of them offhand. She probably knows the entire list off the top of her head. I can only think of dysgraphia as the second one.
All right, well, thank you.
Further questions, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this bill. We had some constituent email. I'm not sure if the person who sent it might be testifying, but it was an inquiry about adding hearing screening because of the correlation between hearing deficit and misdiagnosis of dyslexia. And I just wondered if that had been entertained at all, or if you could speak to that, or someone else who's testifying.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So hearing screening is provided currently as a newborn, and then it's also provided at the 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7 well visits, I believe. And so these are they're being provided as part of the children's pediatric visits. And so implementing that in school may be a little bit redundant. And I'm also a little bit hesitant that if a child is at all anxious or they're around other kids who are also talking and it may not be perfectly quiet, they may be getting flagged on a screening like that unnecessarily. Typically, if this is alerted as a special ed case, then they would get the screening for that. But just in terms of the general population doing it, I think it would be a bit repetitive plus costly. I think the cost of the machines is roughly $2,000 to $3,000, plus the training of the nurses on how to use them.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Karen Ebel, Representative Ebel up. Welcome to our committee.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Karen Ebel. I represent Merrimack District 7, which is New London and Newbury. I'm here primarily to provide some historical context for the dyslexia bill. Back in 2015, my district mate, Representative David Kidder, introduced a bill to create a legislative, study committee to look into dyslexia education at the behest of our constituent, B.B. Casey, who will testify later. I was very eager to co-sponsor it. This issue is personal to me. My sister is dyslexic and wasn't diagnosed until she was a junior in high school. Her son, my nephew, has dyslexia and received very little support in school. Now his daughter is facing the same issue. Having dyslexia presents extreme problems for those who don't have the proper support. There's no question that dyslexia can present challenges for a child and their family, but these challenges shouldn't go on for decades. Fortunately, in 2016, the legislature, with the support of this committee, passed a law to improve dyslexia education and support early intervention for reading challenges generally. The 2015 study committee, of which Representative Cordelli was a member, revealed how much was lacking in educational opportunities for students with dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia, which I learned how to say during the process, and how much they suffered personally and professionally because their condition was missed. We learned that with early intervention, based initially on simple free screening tools, children with potential problems could be helped and their chances at success grew exponentially. With early intervention and evidence-based best practices, many children could even avoid IEPs. School districts should be able to save precious dollars in the long run with proper early intervention and educational tools, and children will thrive. We were surprised to learn that indicia of dyslexia were not taught in teaching colleges, so our many teachers at that time were not trained to recognize them. We decided schools would benefit greatly from a Department of Education reading specialist as a source of information for dyslexia information, intervention, and support. Reading, as you all well know, is the cornerstone of all learning and is critical for career readiness of any type and for college. Being able to read is the key to the kingdom, as your committee knows well. Dyslexia is the most common type of learning disability. I haven't looked at recent statistics, but at the time of our study, 10 to 15% of our population had some form of dyslexia, including at that time, it was 12,000 students. I believe Representative Kutab just said 10,000. Perhaps some of you, your family, and friends, and that is a really huge number of people. It was a happy day in 2016 when the resulting legislation to support our children and our schools passed, putting into place the statute that we're recommending be amended today. The program has been successful, but like anything, some deficiencies have been identified. I'm grateful to Representative Kutab for bringing HB 377, which seeks to improve New Hampshire's dyslexia education program, focusing primarily on increased screening and prompt appropriate follow-up. These simple tools applied early and frequently can help our children to thrive. I am truly humbled to be before this committee today, knowing how much you have to do and how much important work you have done in the past. And I really don't have the expertise that you have in the field of education, and would ask that any specific questions be addressed to the experts here today. Much of the work you do is profoundly challenging, and I do thank you for what you do. This is an improvement to a very good law, and I hope it presents a simple decision for you. More screening is good. Our children, our school districts, our communities, and our state will all benefit by helping these children to thrive. This is a goal we all share, and I urge you to recommend passage of HB 377, and thank you for your previous support of children with dyslexia and their families.
Thank you very much, Representative Ebel. I can remember when Jack Balcom was sitting right beside me here as vice chair of this committee when we did this initially.
It was very exciting.
Are there any questions? Boy, you're off the hook.
I am, and I apologize. I have to go to another.
Thank you.
Meeting,
Have a
but
good
thank
one.
you very much.
Yep. Next individual is Representative Lori Ball. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I appreciate the time. I do have written testimony that I will pass out. There's no doubt that early intervention is crucial to a child's educational development. That's why we have Child Find at age 2.5. Research shows that many educators and medical professionals can spot learning disabilities far earlier than previously thought. As a reading and writing specialist with an emphasis in dyslexia, I am well versed at spotting students who are not processing information correctly. During COVID, while doing remote learning with a child who was in kindergarten, it only took me 10 minutes to see that he was not processing information correctly in reading and math. Yet it took a year for the school to identify that child for reading intervention and 2 years to refer that child to special education. My experience as an educational advocate in New Hampshire has shown me that this time frame is not unusual. I do not find fault with the general education teachers who have not been trained to recognize the signs of dyslexia, and I understand why some teachers, even when they know that there is possibly a problem, may be reluctant to refer that child for intervention. That's because I know that there are some things that are beyond the general education teachers' control. In New Hampshire, many school districts follow an unwritten rule of thumb. Students must be 1 year behind grade level to be referred for intervention and 2 years behind grade level to be referred to special education. Although that may sound shocking, this happens because the New Hampshire Rules of Education of the Children with Disabilities provides that option for the IEP team to deny evaluating a student until they, quote, determine whether the concerns raised by the referral can be addressed utilizing existing pupil service supports available to all children in the school. This caveat is why it is imperative that we move forward with the amendment to HB 377 to utilize evidence-based screening to quickly identify students who need intervention and/or specialized instruction. This House bill amendment will assure that students do not fall so far behind that they will never catch up to their same grade level peers. In addition, it helps to assure that students will not be caught in a situation where they are still trying to learn to read while others are reading to learn. At this point, you might be asking yourself, will this amendment really make a difference? Well, let me tell you about children with dyslexia. Children with dyslexia typically have average to above average IQs. As I would tell many of the students I worked with, Albert Einstein was dyslexic. Students with dyslexia quickly teach themselves compensating strategies to keep up with their classmates. They follow along, listen, and memorize words as they see and hear them. Students with dyslexia can fly under their teacher's radar for years. This is an example of my personal experiences. One student, an 11th grade student, who started having difficulty keeping up, was found to have a grade 2 reading level. The psychologist who tested that student commented that he was surprised he did not become a discipline problem or drop out of school. An 8th grade student I worked with had an IQ of 115. She was referred, she started coming to school every day late. She was referred to be identified as a student with an emotional disability. I don't know if I mentioned, but in addition to being a reading specialist, I'm also an emotional behavioral specialist. So I was at the IEP team, at the IEP meeting, in order to identify her. Except that I quickly realized that she was deliberately missing language arts and social studies. I suggested that we rule out a reading disability. Everyone thought I was crazy, but they let me do it. She could not read. She figured out how to read along by memorizing new words and when she was seeing them and hearing them, just like I mentioned before. We had gotten all the way to letter J when I said to her, "How do you know that says J?" And just to back up a little bit, the expectation is that a student should be able to identify a letter or a word within 3 seconds. So as I'm sure all of you sitting here can probably just do it, you just go, but she was taking too long. We got to the letter J and I said, "How did you know that that said ch?" And she said, "Because I know that jump starts with J." And I backed out all the other sounds and I figured it out. That's how much is going on in their heads constantly to learn to read, or just to be able to look like they know how to read. As it turns out, I am now hearing that the district is now ruling out dyslexia before identifying any students with an emotional disability. My experience working with children with emotional disabilities is that when I started to peel the onion back, I would say 8 out of the 10 children that I worked with, I found the reading disability. They were not emotionally disturbed. They were frustrated. The impact of failing to catch students who are struggling to learn to read early in their educational career can mean years, if not a lifetime, irreparable harm, academically, socially, emotionally, and economically. Is that an overestimate? No. Our society continues to measure intelligence by fluency. In schools, that means how fast does a child read? How fast can they do math problems? As I pointed out last week, the academic evaluations used to identify children for special education include components that measure students' fluency in writing and math. Those same evaluations measure reading fluency. Students, including young students, know when they are not measuring up to their same grade peers. Those struggling students, or those struggling with reading, often feel inferior to their peers, which causes their self-esteem to erode. This opens the door for a host of social and emotional factors. As many of my students have told me, I would much rather be seen as bad than stupid. The fact is, far too many students never get identified as evident when you look at the graph that I give you until later on in their school years. Often they're 10, 11, 12 years old when they're being identified with a specific learning disability. Last year, our Education Commissioner, Frank Edelblut, said that 42,000 New Hampshire students were not reading at proficient levels. This is far more students than we have identified for special education. So that means there's many out there still languishing and not getting the attention or interventions they need. As part of what I brought is the same chart last year, but they put out a new one. So this is updated to 2022 instead of the 21. If you look at the disbursement of the 10,077 students identified for special for specific learning disabilities, which as we know is basic literacy skills, you can see that students are still being identified SLD in upper elementary and middle school ages. That's because they were able to fly under the radar until they hit multisyllabic words and could no longer memorize. Their compensating strategies no longer worked. Knowing that quality intervention takes typically 2 to 2.5 years to implement with fidelity, many of these students would have already completed the intervention program if they had been identified earlier. Clearly, screening earlier and often in grades kindergarten through grade 2 will give teachers more opportunities to identify struggling readers, allow districts to provide interventions needed quickly, and provide a means for students to access the general education curriculum without frustration. In closing, I would offer this argument. If we know that a quality reading intervention program for children struggling to learn to read typically takes 2.5 years to implement, and if we understand that students who are not reading at grade level by grade 3 may never read at grade level, and if we recognize that reading at grade level, not reading at grade level, has severe negative impact on the student's ability to fully access the general education curriculum, then we would take proactive steps to assure all struggling students are identified as early as possible and provide appropriate intervention so that they can fully access and participate in the general education curriculum alongside their same grade peers. In addition to this testimony, I have another a piece of evidence I would like to share with you. And it is an excerpt, because I made the assertion that my observation is the not getting intervention for a year and not getting referred to special ed for 2 years. I offer this. This is an excerpt from the United States Department of Education. It's actually dated January 21st, 2011. This problem's been going on for a long time. In it, it describes how the schools are offering tiered interventions, one of which is what we refer to as response to intervention. That's the general education intervention that these children would be referred to. But unfortunately, many school districts are using that caveat to hold off on pushing them forward to get evaluations for special education. They want to make sure that everything else is exhausted. Even though our United States Department of Education said it would be inconsistent with the evaluation provisions to reject a referral or delay provisions for an initial evaluation on the basis that that child has not participated in an RTI framework. So we should not be using intervention as a reason to delay or deny special education evaluations. In addition, I had correspondence with our own state Department of Education to ask them about why this happens, if it really happens with this 2-year. And it was confirmed that because districts are left with the ability to set guidelines like this regarding evaluations, they vary from district to district. We need to tighten this up. We need to shorten the timelines, and we need to get interventions to struggling readers as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Representative? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking this. It says on the fiscal note in the end, or the chart there, that it says an indeterminable increase. This is a lot of tests that are going on. Is there a cost to this?
Which one are you referring to this?
No, I'm referring to the...
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. That I would not be able to answer, I'm sorry. But I would be able to say that in the upper grades, you could just give a spelling test and you can figure out the kids that are not, they don't know their phonics. If they can't spell, they're not able to read either. They don't know the rules. The test that I give, it's in the upper grades. It's also for the lower grades. I give it individually. I think the test itself costs about $150, but I implement that to all the students that I then assess. It's called the WIST, the Word and Identification and Spelling Test.
May I follow up, please?
Yes.
I think I'm referring to the one that was specifically talked about in the bill on line 5. Yep. Yep.
Oh, the dibbles. I will be honest, I have never implemented the dibbles because I was in the middle school, but I do understand that that one is also looking at fluency. And we do have what used to be known as the gold standard for dyslexia was called a RAS-RAND. It's a rapid automatic naming, automaticity naming. That's a very quick test to give. I am not a fan of expecting children to read specific numbers of words. That has kind of fallen by the wayside. We now say that fluency is having the children read at a speed in which they can comprehend. And so we should not be really measuring that anymore.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question relates to the frequency and amount of testing done. Now, I'm sure we all know that no test is absolutely 100% perfect. There must be some rate of false positives that come along with this. And do we have any idea what that is and how that might impact, like how many students could possibly be impacted being put on this path that are not necessarily needing it?
It's not really a path because it would be an approach to how we're teaching. With regard to how far along, I will tell you that I thought it should go through middle school, at least once a year screening. These children are very difficult to even recognize them because they are really proficient at hiding their disability. Personally, I even would say I hate referring to it as a disability. I think it's only a disability because our education system is geared for left brain learners and dyslexics tends to be a right brain learner. So if we would match up how our children learn to how we teach, that would solve the problem right there. And I think that that's what this screening does. It really is going to look at whether or not they have those skills needed for what we would normally think of as more like in phonics, being able to recognize letter sounds, word sounds, put them together, pull them apart, and manipulate them. And children, some children actually need to learn that. I would say that there's also with children with dyslexia, sometimes it's an auditory disability. If a child had a lot of ear infections, they never heard the sounds. They never learned that articulation, and so they must be taught it. I know that my own son, he had what was called immature speech growing up due to ear infections. I was told, oh, don't worry, that will work itself out when they start teaching phonics. But we don't teach phonics anymore, so it never worked itself out, and he had to be explicitly taught.
Are there further questions, Representative Lekis?
I'm wondering how this is going to deal with the issue that schools were putting off dealing with the issues or even testing until they had somebody who could take care of it. And here we're going to be finding these students. The question is, what are we going to be doing? Is there known standard ways of dealing with this that a school would then do, or do they actually have to wait for that speech reading specialist or whatever, et cetera?
Absolutely, and thank you so much for that question. If the schools would go back to teaching phonics or even include phonics within their reading lessons, and if they would explicitly and systematically teach the rules of reading and phonics, this could all be addressed in the general education classroom, and all students could benefit from that intervention, which at that point would just be part of the curriculum.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I was in education many years as well, elementary education. And I've heard it stated several times now that if we teach phonics, is there any data that you have stating that schools are not teaching phonics now, or that we're doing what I heard you earlier say, that some types of programs are needed by some children. In other words, that it's learning style, teaching style, line those two together, and I think you got it. However, in my days as an elementary school principal and teacher, there were a number of different methods used to help kids learn how to read. Some were phonics, some were other methods, which we have. So summing up my question again, I've heard that it's stated now several times, not just by you, that phonics isn't taught anymore. Do we want to really, do we have data that, support that?
Yes. Thank you for that question. There is definitely data to support that. In New Hampshire, we have moved to a balanced literacy program, and in those programs, they teach word memorization. There's very little phonics. They are starting to integrate it now because in 2018, the two main programs, Fontes and Pinnell and Lucy Calkins, were debunked by cognitive scientists who said that that is not how children read, that using those programs we're teaching children to read like disabled or struggling readers. We're teaching them to memorize words, to use strategies like look at the picture in the book and then you can figure out the word. And yes, those are some strategies that we teach children as we go along when we're teaching them comprehension, and we say, well, look at the rest of the sentence or look at the pictures. But let me give you an example. I was working with a child and we were in beginning of first grade, and we were sounding out the word pig. P-I-G. Did it several times. And I asked her, let's pull it together. What do we have? And I was so excited because I thought she had it. And she looked up and she looked all around like she was trying to find some clue. And then she said, rat. That's what's happening with the balanced literacy. The children are learning to rely on these strategies instead of learning the letter sounds and putting them together to make words. It has been extremely detrimental, and we have known this for years. As I said, I could provide you with the research or the articles that I'm stating that were written in 2018 that say that balanced literacy is not how to teach children how to read.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to rely on your professionalism. Thank you for all your information. I appreciate it. I too was an educator many years, not as far back though as Representative Ladd. I'm sorry. I owe. The question that I have thinking about this big picture, and if there's data out there supporting that these assessments are not done in a timely manner to be able to catch the disability. Do you foresee, I know that there are schools that do not have reading specialists because it adds a cost to their budget, right? Personnel. But if this were implemented, do you foresee that teachers could implement this with intervention, or would they require a reading specialist on staff? Because I know how valuable a reading specialist is in support of, the reading instruction.
I do not believe that doing these types of screenings would require a reading specialist to do that. I think that the general education teacher can do the screenings, and it's the identifying them and then addressing it immediately. That's where there seems to be the gap, is getting that intervention to them as fast as possible. I will say that those two reading programs that I mentioned, Fontes and Pinnell, and the Lucy Calkins and actually Lucy Calkins, there is an actual article where she admits that her program does not work and that she did not understand the science of reading when she put that program together. But those two programs now are scrambling to integrate the phonics into their programs. I don't know how that's going to work because when I look at the little books that they're giving them to read, if we look at Fontes and Pinnell, they have a way of rating a letter, A, B, C, what letter are you on? And I look at the ones that are early readers and I'm just like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. I mean, I know what the scope and sequence is to teaching reading, and I'm looking at these little books and I'm like, well, there's a closed syllable, there's a magic E, there's a R control word, there's a, you know, a whole nother syllable type. These children haven't been taught. So it's obvious the only way they can read these little beginner readers is that they're memorizing them. And that's where we're having the problems. We really need to match how we teach to how our children learn.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. Thank you for providing this information. I agree with a lot, particularly the emotionally intervention and the frustration, and then suspend me instead of make me look foolish. Much easier. And as they mature and get the higher grade levels, they prefer to be sent down to the principal's office than be in school and not be able to read, and just goes on and on. My question is a request. You indicated to Representative Ladd that you had information based on the New Hampshire Basic Legal and how ineffective it was, right? You said you had.
I missed what
you said. You had an article or
Yes.
information, Mark, that you answered Representative Ladd. My request is that you email that data to the full ed committee.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That was it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question, and thanks for bringing your expertise to this very important issue. How do we reach those students that are going to charter schools or maybe are homeschooled? Is this any of this testing to child find, or can be done anywhere in the community that would catch these children?
I would think it would be able to. I would think the teachers in the charter school can also implement these screenings. I'd have to look at and know which reading program the charter schools are using. I will say that I know that the parochial school in my town teaches phonics, and they always have. They've never went to balanced literacy. So.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You indicated that if New Hampshire were to return to a phonics-based learning model, it would really solve the underlying problem here and probably eliminate the need for a lot of this. So is there going to be a bill forthcoming perhaps that would do that?
I believe there is a bill that will be coming that's going to bring phonics and try and get phonics back in. Keep in mind that phonics is not a whole reading program. It's only a piece of it. We still have to address the vocabulary. We still have to address the comprehension and all the other 5 components of reading. But yes, I do know that there is a bill coming forth. So you'll see me again.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to hear you say it's not the only component, because I was thinking vocabulary comprehension. We used to have the Gates McGinnity test, but I can remember a lot of old SRA, Science Research Associates. One of the titles of the book, as I recall, A Pig Can Jig. Now, there you go. And well, that was the topic of one of the books, and I think that was at first or beginning.
That would be a closed syllable first thing that they're going to learn.
Got the blends, the diagraphs, and everything done. Further questions? We do have some other people here to testify today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
BB? Is it Casey?
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is BB Casey. I'm from New London. I am a co-founding member of the New Hampshire chapter of Decoding Dyslexia, which there's somebody behind me is hoping to testify who's a current president of the Decoding Dyslexia New Hampshire. I've also been a board member of New Hampshire International Dyslexia Association. I'm a school board member in the Kearsarge Regional School District, and I'm a parent of a dyslexic child. I testified in front of this committee in 2015, as Representative Ebel mentioned, in support of, at the time, it was HB 1644 that eventually became what we call the dyslexia law. My son testified as well. At the time, he was finishing his first semester at Plymouth State, and he testified to you that he never imagined ever going to college when he was in middle school. Today, he's working as an architect design intern in Gloucester, Massachusetts. He has 1 more semester to finish a master's in architecture and will be licensed at the end of the year. His school did not have a screening process in K through 2. He struggled through elementary school. The teachers did not have the knowledge or experience to identify why he was struggling. And it wasn't until I requested an evaluation in 6th grade when he was finally identified. Our family sacrificed. We sent him to a private high school that specialized in teaching students with language-based learning disabilities to get him the help he needed to succeed. He was lucky because our family had the resources, but most students aren't that lucky. I don't blame those teachers who didn't understand his disability. They were trying so hard to help him. They just didn't know what they didn't know. HB 377 is in support of educators and getting them the help they need to support their students. I'm here today to ask you to support HB 377. The bill is basically a clarification of the current dyslexia law. I was a member of the study committee who worked on the original draft. And since the law was passed, we have heard from many school personnel with questions on best practices on screening, both timing and frequency. And I know the DOE also has heard a lot of these questions. And the DOE published a very good resource guide that is available on their website. Plus, they did a lot of professional development sessions around the state. And there are schools that are doing this the right way. I had a long conversation with our curriculum directors in Kearsarge yesterday afternoon. They are in full support of this bill. They have been working very hard over the last few years and putting in a process in place, a protocol in place that follows what this bill is describing here. Representative Ball talked about Fountains of Pinnell and Lucy Calkins. The Kearsarge district was using Reading Recovery, which is the Lucy Calkins program. They've thrown it out, and they have been working very hard on redoing their curriculum when it comes to this stuff. And I especially am happy to see that the screening requirement is now going kindergarten through 2nd grade. You've already heard from people that have testified already how important it is to catch it as early as possible. I don't need to repeat that all for you all over again, but we've had questions in the past too of, oh, well, I've screened in kindergarten, now I don't have to screen again, because that's what the law says, because people weren't reading it correctly. So I'm confident that this amendment kind of tightens up that language to make it more clear that the screening really is necessary all the way through K through 2. In case it's missed, it can be done. And in Kearsarge district, they're actually doing it more than twice a year. And it depends on the tool. The tool will specify how much time in between the screening should be done and how often it can be done, to be done, the correct way. I've submitted this testimony online. I have copies if anybody wants it. I just want to finish up because your time is very valuable with saying I am so grateful. I was so grateful at the time when the original bill was filed with bipartisan support. I am grateful today to Representative Kutab for introducing this bill and continuing with the bipartisan support. Progress has been made in many school districts throughout the state since the original law was passed. The pandemic threw a monkey wrench into many things, but I'm confident that this will help continue that progress and in the long run help so many students in the state become successful members of our communities. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next card I have here is Jen Blagroff. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Blagroff.
Yeah.
Yep. Hi, I'm Jennifer Blagroff from Hopkinton, New Hampshire, and I'm one of the current Decoding Dyslexia state leaders. So I'm grateful that this bill was brought forward. Myself and Allison Eberhardt are the two current Decoding Dyslexia leaders. I have 4 children. My oldest is 13 and he has dyslexia. My second oldest is 10 and she also has dyslexia. My little 2nd grader, she's doing all right. I've definitely seen the improvements in the school districts. The school district that my kids are in, they have really been embracing the science of reading and improving their teaching methods, which has been absolutely wonderful. And then my little one he's 4, so I don't know, he has some potential red flags. We'll see what happens. So I submitted this testimony and I have some copies here. So I'll just read a little bit from the letter. Allison and I are very much in support of the improvements offered by HB 377 FN, we strongly recommend further changes to this bill at this time, including the following: that the screening tool include a test of rapid automized naming, or RAN, the screening be implemented through the 3rd grade year, and that parents and guardians receive screening results. So it's critical that this bill be expanded to specifically state that the screener include RAN. RAN is a strong predictor of future reading difficulty across different ages, ability levels, and languages, and we have a reference on here for you guys. And so it is a key component of any early literacy screening, and I believe the DIBELS 8 does have RAN as a component. Secondly, this bill must address the 3rd grade year. We feel very strongly about this as parents, and from things we've heard from other parents, that 3rd grade year, we still need to be doing screening at this point in time. So while many school districts in New Hampshire are improving, the weight to fail model is still present. It is often not until the 3rd grade year after that children are identified as having significant enough difficulties to warrant concern, often requiring intervention that is more intensive and thus more costly. While we understand this bill is designed to help address this issue, the bill must include the 3rd grade year given the critical needs of identifying reading challenges by 3rd grade. So we have great concerns that there will still, unfortunately, be kids missed in that kindergarten 1st and 2nd grade year, as systematic change takes time to happen. And even though this bill could greatly improve things through 2nd grade, that 3rd grade year is critical at this point. Lastly, this bill needs to explicitly state that all parents and guardians receive the results of screening. So that needs to be spelled out very clearly, that it is all parents. And that it should also be spelled out that it should be sent home with the next report card with an explanation of the screening tool or tools used. It is critical that parents have an understanding of the screenings being conducted, as well as how their children are performing on these screenings in order to be able to support their children as readers. Lots of parents do not realize until it's, in a sense, too late that their kids were struggling earlier on. So it's the parents are, the key person to really understand how these kiddos are doing. And they really should know what those screening results are from the beginning to the end. So we feel these suggested changes will have significant impacts and will require little additional cost, if any. Long-term savings will occur over time as students are identified and intervention is implemented early. Avoiding the weight to fail model will result in decreased costs and fewer students referred for special education, which, as you likely all know, special ed involves a lot of manpower, time, and money. And then New Hampshire is definitely in an exciting period of transition where many teachers are fully embracing the science of reading to teach all children to read. And critical to that is the implementation of dyslexia screening tools that follow reading science best practices. We're grateful for your work to improve our state dyslexia legislation and ask that you add the requested changes to further align with the reading science evidence to better support New Hampshire student learning and build their pathways to success. And then at the bottom, we just have highlighted our suggestions of how this bill could be further improved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks.
And providing your information. At what grade does the RAND become a useful test?
I actually do not know the answer to that as a parent.
Okay.
There might be someone that could, I believe my guess is it's through the grades. I think it's a normal thing that my kids have had even when they've been tested older as a part of special ed testing, but that's just a guess.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much.
And the reference on there may explain that.
Representative Lauren Selig.
Thank you, and hello to the Education Committee. I am Representative Lauren Selig from Durham, New Hampshire. And you were one of the committees I did not get appointed to, but was hoping for. So I thank you for having the opportunity to speak before you. I am a former teacher. I started my career teaching kindergarten in a setting where we The first school where I taught was pseudo Montessori. And then I moved to a school where we team taught, and I was the person in charge of teaching reading to our kindergartners. My co-teacher taught all the math. Not surprisingly, we discovered that by doing one-on-one reading instruction, every child was able to learn to read at his or her best rate because he or she got it at the style and method which worked best for them. Additionally, I then went to Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore to get a master's degree in education. While I was there, the city of Baltimore expended $5 million to conduct a study on reading and literacy and discovered that children who are taught one-on-one or in small groups learn to read faster than students who don't. Really, really surprising. But I also am the parent of two dramatically different children. One of my daughters began reading when she was 3.5. We were out and about, and she's like, "Look, Mommy, there is Matt." I was like, "What?" And she pointed, and the word Matt was on, some sign. And so it was a race to keep up with her and her reading ability. My other daughter, however, at age 3, still couldn't identify the M on the big yellow signs that we all see as we drive down the highway, and didn't recognize that letter. She also couldn't recognize the first letter of her first name, which I didn't expect her to know the alphabet at 3, but I did think she would recognize the first letter of her first name. Because I'm a former teacher, because I had worked teaching children to read, it was clear to me that we had a challenge with her learning. And we also live in a district that prides itself on the special education services it gives to others. Despite all that, I had to fight and fight and fight our school district to have her evaluated for any kind of learning disability at all. And ultimately I was successful, but only with the support of teachers who are willing to go to bat and fight with me. And she is an incredibly, amazingly smart and funny and savvy young person, but she also lost from kindergarten till halfway through 3rd grade without being able to read effectively, because it wasn't until she was halfway through 2nd grade that we discovered her eyes did not track properly. And my mortification the day that she said to me, "Mommy, did you know that trees have individual leaves?" was awful as a parent, to have my child be almost 8 years old and not have realized that that green blob was individual separated leaves. And it wasn't for my lack of trying to have her evaluated, but part of that was age appropriateness. So I've heard a number of people talk about the importance of extending this bill through through 3rd grade. I think really we need to continue to offer some form of testing, whether it's opt-in, all the way through the elementary years and probably into the middle school years, so that we are catching a lot of these visual disruptions. I don't agree that phonics is the only way to teach children to read. There are some children for whom that is incredibly successful. There are some children who don't process auditorily, and that's never going to be a successful method for them. We need to be able to offer varieties. But I think it's important to use tools like this bill to expand it beyond 2nd grade, and to look for ways that we can really be evaluating all of our children to see how they learn and to support their learning best.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And the last pink card I have is Kathleen McCaffrey. Okay, that's...
So I'm Kathleen McCaffrey. I'm here to answer any questions from the Department of Education. I've worked 12 years in an elementary school setting, 7 years in a clinical setting with neurodiversity students testing. And additionally, I'm getting a PhD in orthographic mapping from Northeastern University. So any questions you have regarding the bill, I can maybe answer.
Are there questions? Oh, there are a few hands over here. Representative Dry.
Okay.
Thank you for, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking this. I'm going to ask the question I did before, which is if we use the tool recommended in the bill to test and ramp up our number of tests, is there a cost to that?
So that's an interesting question. I reached out to Matt Burns, who works at the University of Missouri Education, and he's done longitudinal studies on screeners. And there's a variety of screeners that are zero cost that he does recommend, including the DIBELS versus there's 2 different forms of DIBELS, which you asked. So it depends on the type of screener, I guess, that the school district would choose. And that's why it's indeterminable, because it depends, again, we're local control, and the districts can choose what they would like to use.
Yes, the statute really conflicts this whole thing when districts have total authority over instruction and curriculum, what they use. It's not a mandate down from us. For Representative Belcher, do you also have your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to seek further clarification, I'll ask you the same question I asked earlier, which is, of course, all tests being imperfect, do we have any information regarding rates of possible false positives from any of these tests?
All tests have false positives. In fact, I was looking at Matt Burns' study when you asked that question, and he does say that. And he recommends using a variety of different tests in order to get rid of false positives. Some tests, again, are free, but he does say that there is always going to be false positives on tests. And he has done, again, 5 years longitudinal data. I'm happy to give you those articles afterwards where you can really dive into the data.
Does the department take a position on this bill?
I am not sure.
Are there further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this closes this hearing, and we will get ready here to open up the next hearing, which we have today is 429, requiring the offering of breakfast and lunch in all public and charter public schools. Take a little bit of a stretch here, folks, and we'll start this up in about a minute. So. Yes. Sue, how you doing? course, I do not have Art Ellison having down there for a bill.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair. So they're 2 hours behind, so I will step out when they text me that it's
Okay.
appropriate. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
This looks like 29, if I'm reading it right.
Yeah, he had two of them though. Okay, we're going to go ahead now and start with HB 429. 429 is a bill requiring the offering of breakfast and lunch in all public and charter public schools. Welcome to our committee, Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of this esteemed committee. I will be introducing House Bill 429 FN local. The intent of the bill is to decrease the number of students in New Hampshire public schools who come to school hungry and to provide a level of nutrition to those students that will allow them to be successful in their classrooms. A change from what you will have, I mentioned it in my testimony, but there will be amendment forthcoming which will pull charter schools out of this bill. And we will address that in future legislation. So the bill, as amended, will require every public school in the state to participate in the federal breakfast lunch program under RSA 189 2A. This bill is a result of over 2 years of work by members of this committee, former members of this committee, who spent lots of time with research, a study committee. Jen Fuller from our committee provided us with lots and lots of information. That committee was ably led by Representative Sue Mullen, who knows probably more about this topic than almost anyone else, and she'll be testifying today. This is the first in a number of bills that will come here into other House committees related to reducing hunger for our children. Research in this area is overwhelmingly supportive of the link between student learning gains and healthy meals. There's a growing support for vastly increasing the number of students receiving healthy meals through their schools. In December 2021, as reported in the Urban Institute's Wellbeing and Basic National Needs Survey, almost 70% of the respondents supported permanent free school meals for all students. In addition, we have multiple reports that provided to us from Jen, which relate to significant progress that's being made in this area in the surrounding states of Massachusetts, Maine, and Vermont. Here in New Hampshire, we often are not swayed by national surveys or what other states might be doing on a particular topic. We try to stay focused on the best interests of our children. Child hunger is not a Republican or a Democratic issue. It is certainly within the responsibility of this committee, when hungry children cannot learn, to take even small measured steps toward improving their educational lives. But it is even more important, particularly for children, to meet their most basic human need: no more hunger. I hope the committee will ultimately debate and vote to move this bill as amended to the House floor with an opt-to-pass recommendation. I would add, you have information relating from the Department of Education relating to the number of schools that this might affect. We received very recent information in the last 45 minutes to clarify this. There are 6 public schools in the state of New Hampshire that currently do not provide breakfast and lunch through the federal program. And there are 27, I think I've got this right, 27 charter schools who operate, these are public schools, who provide dinner but not breakfast. So we're talking about this bill at this point, as amended, affecting the 27 schools that don't provide breakfast and the 6 schools that provide neither dinner or lunch or breakfast, just as trying to put this in this context. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. There are other people that will follow me up here. We'll probably have more answers than I will have, but I will do my best.
Thank you very much, Representative Ellison. Do you have a pink card for us?
I did not.
Oh, you're going to have to do that all over again. No.
I will be sure that it gets there.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Representative Ellison? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to make sure I have the numbers right. You said 6 public schools, no breakfast or lunch, and that's not charters.
That's
And then
right.
27 public, not charters, no breakfast.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome back Honorable Sue Mullen. We've saved all that ammunition for you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Ladd. I noticed that Representative Ellison received one question on introducing the bill. So, and I immediately turned around and said who defers to Kelly Rambo from the Department of Education on every fact and figure. Thank you, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee for hearing me today. During the last session, this committee heard a number of bills regarding student hunger. The acknowledgement of the problem and interest in seeking solutions led to the establishment of the study committee on House Bill 1229, which Representative and Chair Ladd appointed me chair of. Representatives Ellison, Hall, Woodcock, Leckus, and Ford all served on that study committee, which met consistently last summer and fall. Jennifer Four, as mentioned, your talented research assistant, was able to pull together information from 5 states with similar demographics to see what initiatives they had in place to address the needs of their hungry kids. Those states are Delaware, Maine, New Mexico, Vermont, and West Virginia. I believe that most committee members would tell you that they learned quite a lot by going through the process of studying that bill. Maine requires all schools to participate in the National School Lunch Program. Vermont requires participation in both breakfast and lunch. West Virginia requires all schools operate a school nutrition program that provides both breakfast and lunch, though the National School Lunch Program is not specified. Information provided by our own New Hampshire Hunger Solutions ranks New Hampshire as 47th out of 50 states in school breakfast participation, even though we know that students who are fed demonstrate improved academic performance, reduced behavioral problems, improved attendance, higher graduation rates, and fewer trips to the nurse. In 2021, nearly half of the students who qualified for free or reduced meals went without even an opportunity for breakfast in New Hampshire, and the state missed an opportunity to feed 7,800 additional students by leaving $1.5 million federal dollars on the table. New Hampshire Hunger Solutions has a wealth of information and ideas about how to address food insecurity, and I strongly encourage this committee to reach out to them for help in any measures that you craft from this point forward. I know that they're with us today and will be following me, I'm sure, at this microphone. Student hunger is real. I know many of you will voice a concern about the cost of requiring participation in a meals program, and I share those concerns. But the reality is the communities are going to pay for hungry kids one way or another, be it increased special ed services, behavior management, or future unemployment. I have heard New Hampshire described as the best place to live, but I would challenge that that is not the perception for families who struggle to put food on the table and a roof over their heads. Communities require a partnership with the state to address the needs of their most vulnerable populations. Yet past efforts to expand the state's role have been met with resistance or inaction at best. There may be cries about whether or not this represents an unfunded mandate, but those questions can be addressed quite simply. It's not an unfunded mandate if we fund it. Recently, the front page of the Union Leader heralded New Hampshire's $300 million surplus.
which today I learned is actually 283 million, so I don't want to exaggerate the amount. They indicated in the newspaper that there would be much discussion in Concord about how to utilize the excess revenue. That, in my opinion, is an exercise in setting priorities. And what should be a greater priority than caring for New Hampshire's children? Rather than filling our discussions about why we can't expand the opportunity for our hungry kids to eat, I would suggest that it's time to start a serious conversation about what we can do to assure that no economically challenged child is distracted by an empty stomach. We need to require school districts to feed those who can't feed themselves and offer those communities the help that it requires to make it happen. I ask you to please support House Bill 429. I thank you for your time today, and it feels good to be home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we can ask those non-softball questions.
Go for it. What can I do for you, Chairman Ladd?
Representative Lekes.
You knew you were going to get me. I would have bet money on that.
So I'm wondering down where it says, each school district shall participate instead of which participates in the National School Breakfast Program. And I'm wondering about schools like Londonderry, which have totally opted out of any of the federal programs having to do with meals and have decided to deal with it entirely within their school district. Do they need to take part in this national school thing if they have figured out how to deal with it on a district level?
Right. As you all know, Representative Lekes, because we talked about this at great length for months, I don't really have an answer for that. There are, in fact, opportunities for discussion and examination about what would be gained or lost by a school that privately provides the meals. My greater concern is for schools that are not providing anything, that they're not involved in the national program and they're not doing anything on their own. But school districts like Londonderry and Hanover, you're going to have that conversation because they do in fact provide meals, but they are not part of that national program.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking this. Can I look on the front page of your testimony at the very third line from the bottom, and could you explain to me how New Hampshire missed the opportunity to feed 7,800 additional students by leaving $1.5 million federal dollars on the table?
Generally, it has to do with the direct Medicaid certification process. We had the opportunity to apply to be a state that automatically certifies families whose children are eligible for Medicaid in the school lunch program and reduced and free lunches. The requirement was that we fill out an application and be accepted by it. We had a deadline and that application did not go in by the deadline. So therefore we were not eligible to receive any of the funds that went along with it.
Okay, can I follow up?
Yes.
So who's the we?
The state of New Hampshire.
It's like
the Department of Education.
Under whose responsibility is it?
It was the Department of Education's purview to submit the application.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Honorable Mullen, I was going to ask you the question about Hanover. See, I'm up from that neck of the woods. Would you be opposed to some kind of amending language to allow a town like Hanover, which is feeding their youngsters and has the money to continue doing that, so that we allow that ability for the local to make the decision?
I don't have a uniform answer to the question, but I will tell you what my thoughts are about it. I would direct you to Representative Ellison, who's the prime sponsor, about whether or not he's comfortable with that amendment. But what the questions that I would be asking in Hanover and Londonderry would have to do with how they accommodate kids who can't afford to pay for lunch.
I mean, we know what the federal program does. You have to fill out an application, be found eligible, and we know what the rates are. In a privately operated feeding system, what we would want to see, obviously, is that in those situations, if there were families that couldn't afford the price of the meal, that the kids were fed anyhow.
We know that Hanover, Hanover being a community where the free and reduced population is less than most districts in the state. So if they are able to assure that those youngsters are going to be fed, would you have a problem with that?
Personally, no.
Okay.
No, I mean, Representative Noble is in a similar situation. Bedford's free and reduced lunch population hovers usually around 5%. So, you know, I don't think it would represent Londonderry might be a little different because my guess is that their free and reduced population is larger than that, but I don't know that it would represent a hardship to those districts to even have to provide free lunches for eligible kids.
I think Londonderry would have a problem with having a problem with special education costs, right?
Yeah.
All righty. Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative Mullen. My question is, do we know why the schools aren't participating, the 6 that don't have either, or the 27 that don't provide the breakfast?
I do not have the answer to that, but your devoted and dedicated DOE staff member, Kelly Rambo, is behind me, as I mentioned. She may have an impression on why those 6 schools are not involved.
We had an opportunity yesterday to ask Kelly that.
She's here again today.
I see her here today. Okay, further questions? Thank you very much for coming.
You're quite welcome. Thanks for having me.
Have a good drive back to Bedford. Okay, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. For the record, my name is Steve Woodcock, and I represent Conway, South Conway, North Conway, East Conway, all the Conways. So it's a pleasure to be here on this side, at least temporarily. We'll know later if I like being over here. Before we start, I do want to thank Kelly Rambo and Jen, as Arthur did, and Sue. They have been insurmountable helping us with assistance all year long, and Kelly even as quickly as Representative Ellison asked for some more information yesterday afternoon, and she came through as she said she did and always has. So I'm going to provide a very simple approach to this bill, particularly after listening to Representative Mullen and former Representative Mullen. I threw my other sheet away because it's just a duplicate. But it's really a simple bill. And as Sue said, it's a result of the committee from the summer, led by her, obviously, and Alikas and Joseph is there. This, like many of the bills that are going to follow over the next 2 years, helps support both the structure or the participation in public schools meals program. The initial 429 bill included charter schools, was mentioned, but after much discussion and phone calls, written testimony, in addition to the information that was presented just yesterday, it is clear that only 15% of the charter schools, which equals only 6, by the way, at this point, are currently providing meals out of the 43, but it's also clear that many of the other charter schools are using vended programs and are servicing the youngsters. So we're taking that right out of the issue so we can get down to the real task in hand. This bill deals specifically with the structure of providing 2 meals a day for students in each of our schools. That's it. It's not a heavy lift. Those 2 schools already have the facilities. I'm going to ask you, I was going to have an activity for you, but I won't because I can see Representative Cordelli grinning over there already. But I'm going to ask you to just take a minute and think about this little issue. I'm going to frame it a different way. Imagine, if you will, you are hosting several people in your home this weekend, and they're arriving Friday night. And you're all heading out early Saturday morning for some fun time in the beautiful White Mountains. But you have to provide a breakfast for this group before they head out. And your task was going to be write down, but I won't. I'm going to ask you to take 30 seconds and think about what you might do Friday night before the Saturday morning when this large crew in your house goes down to breakfast. Just think about what you might do in preparation for that large group. It'll take a few seconds, 10 seconds, a few quick people. Okay, now I won't ask anybody to speak on that, Representative Kennel. But the point of this activity was to remind you that there are many things that can be done in advance of providing a nutritious breakfast without a great amount of extra work. For example, you might have set the table. You might have put out paper products, cups, spoons, napkins, paper bowls, dry boxes of cereal. Well, you get my point. So Saturday morning, you just get up, perk the coffee, set out the milk and juice, no heavy lifting, and you're on your way and everybody has breakfast. That is exactly the point of this bill. This bill doesn't require bacon, eggs, pancakes, lots of cooking. It doesn't require multiple staff. It's as simple as setting up a quick grab and go. And I mentioned this because there are only a small number of schools, 27 schools in our state that are not doing this. They're already providing lunch, folks. They have the facilities, they have the kitchen, they have the staff. We're not talking about much here. But the important part of this bill is the option for students to begin their day with nutritious light meals. Please understand, these students have already been identified as needing a breakfast and a lunch. They have been eligible for a free or reduced breakfast and lunch because they are in poverty, they aren't getting the food, they need this option, but we're not providing it. We all know it's better to feed the brain. So all I'm telling you in a very simple way and not as eloquently as Honorable Mullins over there or Ellison, just to get down to the brass simple facts, this bill requires that all schools that are receiving federal funds to fulfill the obligation of providing their 2 meals a day as they should to those 2 youngsters that qualify. It's as simple as that. So that is what I have. I'd be more than happy to answer one question.
Yes. Are there any questions? Representative Lekis.
Yeah, you seem to be talking, thank you for taking my question.
Always a pleasure.
You seem to be talking about providing these meals just for the free and reduced lunch kids, but the bill says every pupil under its jurisdiction.
Right.
So are you then running a not just grab and go, but pay and all of that for all students? Do all students have to participate? Can any participate? How does it
would be exactly.
Fill it out, please.
Thank you for the question, Representative Lekis. I'm glad there's only one question allowed. Thank you. It's actually just that simple, that there would be a breakfast. It doesn't have to be a big meal like a lunch meal, but everyone that walks through the door wants to pay like they have their card in the POS system. They would do that. But the intent of the bill, the reason for the bill, is to provide in those 27 schools where those youngsters do not have a breakfast or reasonable nutrition to come to school, have the option of getting one. We're assuming, and it's probably incorrect, that the other youngsters in the school have already had breakfast, but that's probably not the case. But beyond that, they would allow them to do this. I guess my point is, at least, they don't have to create a whole lot of stuff. Here it is, at least you have something to get you started. And I think we have that responsibility because we've already identified them saying you need that, and we have the opportunity to provide that. But thank you. I didn't want to make it more confusing than it was.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions of Representative Woodcock?
That's a pleasure. Thank you.
I'd have some extra Dunkin' Donuts cards at the house and hand them out.
I'll be right there. Thank you, sir.
I know you would be. Okay, next one up on deck here. Representative Tim Oregon.
Well, I'm Representative Tim Horrigan from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. And I won't even be able to speak as eloquently as Representative Woodcock, so I'll try to be quick because it's kind of it peaked early. It's going downhill from here, but I'm a co-sponsor of the bill, and I want to make, I think all children in all public schools should have access to breakfast and lunch. So no kid should go hungry, and no kid can learn if they're not hungry. The fiscal note, I'm kind of baffled by that number 153. It seems like they're not operating, public schools aren't doing school breakfast or lunch. I'm surprised it's so many. I do know if we may need to tweak the legislation to cover school districts that aren't participating in the federal program but are providing the equivalent service to the kids, that would be appropriate. My town also has a low percentage of free and reduced students, but it is a significant percentage, and we participate in the federal program. And actually, I lived in Hanover for several years, so I was surprised to learn that it opted out. But that may actually have something to do with the fact that they're part of an interstate school district too. So like half of the school district is in Vermont, but and they have many tuition students at the high school. But so that's so I'm certainly amenable to making amendments we have to do to get the bill through the committee and through all the other steps that it has to be to become law. The main thing is to feed more children. I would have preferred leaving the charter schools in because they are public schools, so they have all the same responsibilities as conventional public schools. And sometimes we let them off the hooks on things, and that artificially creates the impression that they're doing it cheaper than they can. Some of it is because we're just not asking them to do things that the regular schools have to do, and that may include lunch. And I think some of them must be provided. And some of them, I think, are providing school lunches and or breakfasts already. And they certainly all should at some point, whether we can get there this year or not. Apparently, parents a good chance we can't. And so an amendment to make the bill work and get something passed this year would be fine by me. So, certainly the charter schools, a lot of them don't have, the cafeteria facilities in the building like all regular schools would have. So that's, basically, and I underline everything that the other representative said. So you may have to work on the bill a little bit, but I urge you to pass it. And also, there's a lot of concerns about the cost, and some of you even try to claim it's unconstitutional. I think that's false in any case, both in this committee and then I guess it'll have to go to finance. Is this an early bill or certainly? Certainly if we pay for it, then there's no supposedly whatever Article 12A issue there. And once you have the school breakfast program, it's mostly self-subsidizing anyway, because there's a lot of federal money in there. You also have the families co-pay, and then also they sell meals to the adults who are working in the school too at full price. So actually, and it's not particularly expensive to feed children anyway, at least certainly not expensive compared to the value of the service. So like this is not really this is not that big ticket an item, and it pays, it pretty much pays more than pays for itself. So I would say, you may need an amendment to tweak some things, but I think the basic framework of this bill is strong, and I hope you send it on its way to finance or the Senate or, with the other body we're not supposed to mention, or then hopefully to the governor's desk and we can sign it and get more kids fed. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions for Representative Horrigan?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. A correction? Well, why don't we wait and let the other people are waiting first, okay, and then we'll get your correction?
Mine is, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on to the next one. Lara Milliken? Or Laura? I don't know if it was Lara or Laura. Laura, okay. This is Laura's right there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. I provided you with written testimony and sort of a raft of a summary of the research that's available on the benefits of school meals, so I'll just keep my comments brief. School meals are essential to student health, learning, and behavior. So I'm not sure if I said I'm Laura Milliken. I'm the Executive Director of New Hampshire Hunger Solutions. I'm sorry. So school meals are essential to student health, learning, and behavior. They improve student academic performance and health, both in the short and long term, and I provided you with a lot of research that backs that up. School meals decrease food insecurity, and that's especially important right now because in the last Census Household Pulse, 177,000 New Hampshire households with children said that they did not have sufficient food. That's an increase of 30,000 since this past August. So it's critical that all children can access meals in schools. For many food insecure families, for their children, those 2 meals in school are the only meals that they're eating all day. Investments in child health and academic success is an investment in our future. So I urge you to support the bill so that all New Hampshire children can have an equal opportunity to succeed and thrive.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you, and thank you for your written report here. Appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Yep. And we have Becky Wilson, then we're going to follow it up at the end with Representative Woodcock.
Good afternoon. For the record, Becky Wilson of the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are in support of House Bill 429. At our 2022 Delegate Assembly, our members passed a resolution that focused solely on supporting any legislation for state and federal government to seek and provide viable, sustainable, and permanent funding to provide school breakfast and lunch at no cost to all students. And while this bill is not specific to ensuring that there is no cost to school districts per se, it does cover the fact that we want our students to be fed. I will not go into all of the research because you've already heard a lot of that and you've had a very long day and many people have already testified on the benefits of feeding all of our students. I will say that during the pandemic, when there was waivers and relaxation of the eligibility documentation that was required for free and reduced lunch, we saw across the state enormous gains in the number of students that would access breakfast and lunch programs that are already in existence. And it is the desire of our members to continue that and to try to remove any stigma that might affect students' participation in those programs. We would ask potentially, I think it's already been brought up, that perhaps some kind of a amendment in terms of if you are a district that is already providing a breakfast or lunch program outside of the federal breakfast and lunch program, that there would be some sort of waiver to allow you to continue to do that at the local cost of the district that they've already incurred, if that is something that they wish to do, as long as you are providing breakfast is available to all students at a free or reduced cost as appropriate. We would also I'm not sure what the reason is specifically that the 27 schools are not providing breakfast or lunch. We do have some districts in New Hampshire that do not operate a school. I don't know if somehow that is being incorporated into those numbers or if those are specifically schools that are not providing those programs. But we would just maybe ask for some clarification around that to ensure that we're getting the accurate data out there, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the School Boards Association? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Representative Woodcock, do you have something you want to? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Representative Ladd, and I apologize for coming back. Representative Hargan mentioned the number of 153 of schools in the state that weren't operating breakfast or lunch. That was an error. Representative Ellison and Ms. Rambo from DOE corrected that and brought us the correct data today. All of you have the correct data and the financial note that came out, and that number is 6 and not 153. But I didn't want to go out over the airways as being the incorrect information.
We got that. And
That's right.
It. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I do have one question of the department. Kelly, do you have a moment? Okay. It should be a very simple question for you. In the bill, on lines 4 and 5, it says the state board shall establish minimum nutritional standards. Is the state board setting the standards, or are the standards set by the National School Breakfast Program?
I believe that would be a question for the state board and not the Department of Education.
Okay. Representative Lekes.
I'm hoping you can answer this question or might have a hint. Do you have any idea why the schools who aren't participating in the breakfast or lunch programs are doing so?
Sure, I can answer that. Thank you for the question. If in the fiscal note, you'll see that there are a number of different factors that could come into play on why a school might not participate in the breakfast program. It could be due to staffing. It could be due to the timing of the buses, the not only the kitchen staff or nutrition staff that's available, but the teachers to watch the cafeteria and watch those students. So it's important to know that for the breakfast program, there are a wide variety of factors that come into play that might not be as challenging at lunchtime when the school day has started and you're already in your daily routines for that. So it's just important to think about all of those things for that program for breakfast.
So this would mandate that they provide it. Can you turn on your mic? I'm sorry. Thank you. This would mandate that they provide it. So is there additional expense? Are there things that we have to do to try to help mitigate those issues? Because those issues are real. There are reasons they're not providing it. So how are we dealing with that in now mandating that they're going to provide breakfast?
Thank you for the question. So also in the fiscal note, the costs due to being at the local level are indeterminable at the Department of Education, but all of those factors would come into play, whether it be that they need additional staff for the breakfast time in the morning. Some of these schools only have the nutrition members for maybe staff members, for 4 hours, 5 hours. So that would need to be taken into consideration as well. So for us at the Department of Education, those expenses would be indeterminable for us to figure those out.
Thank you.
So Kelly, before you get off the hook here, working with this, I'd like to have some information on the question I asked though. The National School Breakfast Program is administered through the department. There must be something coming through the department. And if so, then if we're talking about the state board having to set these minimum nutritional standards, I would assume there must be standards set by the feds in terms of what is the National School Breakfast Program. And I'm just, if this law says right here, or this bill says that we, the state board, is going to set that, does the state board have the expertise to set that? If, in fact, if we're going to be involved with, are they allowed to do it even? If we're going to be a part of the National Breakfast Program, which is federally directed. So there seems to be a little bit of conflict here, and I'd like to see some resolution on this before we have to act on it.
I will get an answer for you, and I'm not sure if the state board can speak to that, but I will look and work on the answer for that.
Representative Ellison just had his hand up, and I know he's involved with this.
Only that I think that the state board is already written into the legislation at this point for state law. So it doesn't deal with the issue that you're bringing up. What is the real function of the state board of setting nutritional standards? So I think in the existing law, the state board is mentioned.
That's true. It's in there. That's not the part that's changing.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So.
I will work on clarification for you on that.
Clarification.
Yes.
Is breakfast just simply a granola bar?
I will get clarification for you on that. To your question on the standards for the USDA program, yes, just like lunch, there are standards for breakfast for the USDA program.
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly where I'm going. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just another question to follow up on. So those 6 districts that don't have either program right now, the cost would be borne by those districts, then the full cost to assume the programs?
That's correct.
So just a quick follow-up. So they would actually have to prepare for that in advance and go to the towns with a budget increase then?
That's correct. As the bill is written, those 6 schools would be affected by the bill. Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. If those schools signed up for the federal school program, how much money would it cost them per pupil for a breakfast meal and for a lunch meal? Do you have any idea?
Unfortunately, at the Department of Education, that is indeterminable. All the local, that's local control for the cost per price, how much it would cost per student. Again, thinking of all of those factors, if they are not currently running a program, if they don't currently have a kitchen, they would need to implement all of those things and equipment, staff. There's a number of things that could go into that cost for them to start a program.
Thank you.
Representative Leckes.
Just for clarification, so then that estimate on the fiscal note, that's, what does that cover? And then, so then our end for the rest of the cost for somebody who has to set up a kitchen or whatever they have to do, is that then an unfunded mandate? Or is this money that's the state cost here that's in the fiscal note, is that to cover it? I'm not sure what that covers.
Sure. In the narrative of the fiscal note, there is a state expenditures and then a local expenditures. The money that is associated with that, and please note this fiscal note was also written with the charter schools still in place there. So that's why you'll see the need for 2 additional staff members at the Department of Education to manage those additional charter schools that would need to operate for that. So the state expenditures that are listed on the fiscal note are specifically for what it would be at the Department of Education and not at the local level.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much, Kelly.
Thank you.
So I have no further pink cards on this one, so we are going to close the hearing. And we're a little bit late, but we're going to take about 5 minutes here for those to get up for a second here, and we'll come back in about 5 minutes. Next one is the last one. You did? Sure, yeah, but I have to look. It could, I bet you that's where, I bet you if we look in tiles somewhere along the way, we'll find it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to go ahead and open up the hearing for 424. This is relative to school lunch payment policies, and recognize Representative Tim Horrigan, the prime sponsor of the bill.
Thank you very much. I continue to be Representative Tim Horrigan. I continue, unless something unexpectedly has happened, I'm still continue to represent Stratford County District 10, which is now just the town of Durham. And actually, this exact same bill almost passed 3 years ago. It passed on the consent calendar during the marathon session before the pandemic hit, and then it kind of got lost in the shuffle after the pandemic, and the Senate tabled it. Then I tried again the next year with less success, but maybe the third time will be the charm. It's fairly simple. HB 424 requires students to serve the same lunch to every child, regardless of whether or not his or her family already owes a lunch debt. And so unfortunately, this is a growing problem, especially with the economic turmoil of the last few years. But this would abolish the humiliating practice of providing a separate and not quite equal meal to a child who cannot pay for his or her lunch. And it also prohibits public identification or stigmatization of a student whose parents, but who cannot pay for a meal or who owes a meal debt. No matter how subtle you try to make it, kids are very sensitive to nuance, especially when it comes to issues of financial issues, and it also prohibits. So they can't prohibits a child who cannot pay a meal from or owes a meal debt from being forced to do chores or other work to pay for meals, unless chores or other work are required of all students. And I don't actually know of many cases of that, but and also it requires schools to direct communications about a child's meal debt to a parent or guardian and not to the student, which aside from not embarrassing the student, that's a good practice because it's more likely to get to the parent if you contact them directly rather than sending a note with the children. And we haven't had the worst abuses here in New Hampshire, but in other states, some very humiliating things have happened. Even I think once they even sometimes even one school district even stamped on the in another state stamped like a message on the forehand was something like I owe lunch debt, which is like just not a good thing to do. So this bill has been passed in other states. I think there's even some federal legislation along these lines. So I think it's a pretty simple thing that adds to the protections that are already in place in the RSAs. And I urge you to do what we did in 2020 and pass it. Preferably unanimously on the consent calendar would be nice, but as long as you pass it, I'm happy. So I'd be also happy to take any questions, should anyone have any.
Thank you very much.
Can I see what?
Are there any questions for Representative Horrigan? Representative Lekes?
Yes, I remember this, Bill.
Yes.
My question is, and thank you for answering my question.
Well, I haven't done it yet, but I probably will.
You offered, yes. My question is, are you aware of any issues that are currently taking place in our state? Because I seem to remember that when this was up before, being told that this has already been taken care of and that it's not happening. So I'm wondering what you know of this.
I mean, there's already some protections, but these are very explicit protections. These are certainly especially abusive practices that it would specifically forbid. And actually, I don't really, although I voted for the consent calendar when this failed in 2021, I don't necessarily agree with what the member who wrote the committee report said about it, although she's no longer on this committee, so I guess I don't have to worry that much about what she said. But I mean, I think this is I think we got it right the first time in 2020, and we should pass this because it's sort of addressed in the existing law, but not really. And certainly, lunch debt is it's a growing problem. It's a growing problem nationwide here in New Hampshire, especially. We had the free lunches when the federal funding was available during the pandemic, and this doesn't restore the free lunches, but that was an extremely popular program. So if you get a bill along those lines, the parents will love you will love us if we pass it. But and so there's a lot of the issue. A lot of it is either family. A lot of it is families who are eligible for the reduced price meal but don't apply for it, and then paying the full price meal, and then are unable to pay for the full price meal because they underestimated how good their financial situation was. So I think that's probably the main source of it, and that's just sometimes parents who neglect to pay. And also another advantage of doing listless collection activity is it's fairly expensive to collect all these small debts, and there are contractors who do it for the schools, but I think probably a lot of the debt collection activity is kind of a waste of effort and money, in my opinion. But that's so that's kind of a long answer to your short question. I don't know if you're satisfied or not, but I can.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. As you said, we've had this bill a couple of times.
Yeah.
And it seems to me, my recollection might be faulty, but perhaps you can tell me if there are instances of a child being required to do chores in order to pay off a school debt. I thought we had discussed this in the past, and that was not taking place.
I don't know. There's few examples of even children here in the New Hampshire school district who do chores at school. I know there's the closest thing I can, the closest thing I know specifically is we have there's a number of schools in my area, including at least one in my local cooperative school district, which have a farm to table program. So they have they have like a garden which grows vegetables for use in the cafeteria, and that's although that's probably. Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to force a kid to work on the farm to table garden if he didn't want to, just because he had a lunch debt. So I think, although I assume probably all the students who were doing that are doing so voluntarily or as part of an instructional program. I mean, there's something that may be copied in some of the charter schools. I don't know which is true in other countries. Other countries do expect school children to do chores around the school. I know even I went to school for a year in England, and they would sometimes have us just do things like painting the walls in the courtyard at the school or something, which is not really the practice here in New Hampshire. But there may be some charter schools or other special programs doing it. The famous example, of course, is in Japan, where at the end of every school day they push all the desks and chairs to the wall and make the kids sweep the floor before they go, which not something we do in the United States, but there could be some public charter school here in New Hampshire who thinks that's a good idea and has the children doing it, but I don't know for sure.
Yes.
I think maybe I missed it at the end, but I think you said you don't know that happens in any charter school. Is that what I heard?
Yes, I don't know specifically. You may.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm having a bit of confusion around lines 12 through 14. Any school participates in the National School Breakfast Program or the National School Lunch Program shall not provide to any child who qualifies for free reduced breakfast or lunch an alternate meal that is not provided to the students generally.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't spent a lot of time in various schools, but I know when I went to school, there would tend to be multiple different options available. So can you clarify if this, for instance, including vendors, some schools bring in vendors and whatnot, would this require a school to allow a child to have choice of anything, including vendors that may be higher priced or something like that?
I don't think so. I think what the example that I've heard about, and this has happened in certainly many other states, which is you don't let the kid have the hot lunch, but they give him something like sunflower butter. Give him or her a sunflower butter sandwich or a cheese sandwich or something that's not available to the other children. It certainly doesn't forbid the school lunch program or breakfast from offering the children a choice of entrees, and it certainly it doesn't provide anyone, regardless of their family's financial situation, from bringing in their own lunch if they prefer. So those are still allowable practices, and so I'm not sure. Not sure if that answers you, not sure what more there is to say about it, but yeah, that doesn't, you can still provide multiple meals to the kids. They don't all have to eat the same thing if.
Are there other questions? Yes, Representative.
Just to clarify a little bit, what I meant was, when I went to school anyway, we had vendors come in. For instance, we had Domino's Pizza.
Yeah.
And you could just go in and purchase Domino's Pizza as part of your lunch. Would this, the way this is written here, would this require schools to then cover the cost of students who wanted to get from those vendors instead of from the school cafeteria?
I would assume that it would not require them to cover the cost of any outside vendors or selling food that isn't, that the schools aren't paying for now. And of course, certainly it'd be a lot more expensive to pay Domino's for the lunch than the school lunch program. But I'm frankly, I'm like, I was born in 1956, so this was not going on when I was in the public school in the mid 70s. So I mean, if you think there's an issue, you might want to look into that, but I don't know if, I don't think that would forbid that practice.
Further questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Horgan. Lines 4 and 5 say prohibit public identification or stigmatization of a student who cannot pay for a meal. Is this to prevent discrimination against students of a certain socioeconomic status?
Well, that would be highly correlated with socioeconomic status. I mean, it may also just have kids whose parents are leading a disorganized life, even though they may be making a good income. But that would be, or just like, not really a question of like their socioeconomic class, but the idea is that you're only supposed to tell the parents, the administrator, keeping on a need to know policy, so not informing, the general school population or the public outside the school of which kids it is who aren't paying the lunch, and that's of course highly correlated with your socioeconomic status, but there may be people like some neighbors of mine who their father was kind of disorganized and they're always getting the electricity cut off and that sort of thing, but he was actually making a very good salary. He was just sort of a disorganized person, but most cases that'd be socioeconomic status would probably be highly correlated with it, but thanks. Looks like you will follow up, so.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So, but the intent is to prevent discrimination against certain students?
Yeah, so those kids the kids whose parents aren't paying the lunch debt, they shouldn't be harassed or stigmatized by their peers or even by their teachers. No.
Thank you.
Further question? Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I noticed that the bill doesn't designate how this should be enforced if a parent or a child even reports that they've been stigmatized or that their child's been stigmatized. So how do you envision that this is really enforced at the local level or even at the state level?
Well, if they're, I guess the parents could, if the policy was violated, you would want them to just take corrective action and stop violating the process. They could lead to lawsuits and extreme thing. And if a parent runs up an excessive lunch debt, the school can collect on the debt. I suppose they could even sue them in extreme cases. I think most of the time this is a relatively small number of dollars, so like it's probably it can probably be the cost can probably be absorbed. But and also there have been some cases where benefactors, and even here in New Hampshire, benefactors, outside benefactors, some generous local person will occasionally just give the school money to pay off all the outstanding lunch debts. So that's.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And there are no other pink cards we have on, so we will close this hearing. And this concludes the hearings for today.
Mr. Chair, can I see the Dems out in the hallway, please?
Pardon me?
I need to see the Dems out in the hallway.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to mention to all the committee members here is that when we hear bills, now we can exec a bill following the hearing, even though it may not be listed as such, executive session may follow, if in fact that both Representative Myler and I agree that we want to move forward with that bill. so we can get unanimous consent and move forward and get that done. It's a quick way to get some bills on the consent calendar. We're going to run into a real heavy roadblock here with 91 bills piling up on us. If we can unload some of these into upcoming sessions, it would be really helpful. So thank you very much. And the Democrats want to meet out in the hallway. I guess there's probably a room across the hall too you could use. Representative Myler is throwing you out. You're welcome to stay here all night long if you want. Go for it.
Yes. 9:30 tomorrow, right?
Yes,
Same time.
9:30 tomorrow morning.
Here.
The other thing that we ought to be doing here